Chapter 493. Lightning clash, however. Just as their attacks were about to collide, the two of them leaned back at the same time. Their palms and claws collided. The moment the palms and claws collided, Qin Feng extended his arm and grabbed the other party's wrist. Then, with a fierce pull, he bent one of his legs and kicked towards Xiao Ni's lower abdomen. Although he staggered a little from the pull, Xiao Ni didn't panic at all. With an elbow, he heavily collided with Qin Feng's knee. A dull sound of collision rang out. The two of them didn't move, but a wave of air spread out from the two of them, shattering all the tables and chairs around them. After a moment of silence, the two of them burst out at the same time. Xiao Ni bent his body, his back bent, and his whole body bloomed with light. It was as if he had turned into a dragon. His bones crackled as he suddenly raised his body. A violent aura burst out from his body, as if a violent dragon had awakened. Even the people who were a distance away were shaken to the point of retreating, their faces pale. Buzz! Wings of light suddenly appeared behind Qin Feng's back. In his hands, a dragon roared and turned into a dragon's claw. The other tiger roared. The roar of the tiger shook the forest as if a fierce tiger was pouncing down from the mountain. Boom! Boom! Fist against fist, palm against palm, and both parties' spiritual energies crazily intertwined. In an instant, the ground where the two of them stood was filled with dense cracks that spread out. Spiritual energy swept out, turning into shock waves that spread out. The bricks on the ground were directly sent flying. When the two of them were fighting with their bodies, their spirit energy was also fighting. At the place where the energy was violent, rays of spirit energy, light, appeared and whizzed towards Qin Feng. Great desolate battle body! Qin Feng shouted in his heart. Dense chaotic light spots appeared on the surface of his body. Ping, ping, pang. Those light spots fell on Qin Feng's body. Suddenly, sparks flew and a sharp sound of metal resounded. Sky water domain. Suddenly, countless water droplets appeared around the two of them. In a few breaths' time, they transformed into a huge water ball that enveloped the two of them. Within the water ball, water blades surged and shot toward Xiao Ni. Inexplicably falling into the water, Xiao Ni was stunned for a moment. Soon after, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes as he shouted in his heart, "Berserk Dragon Transformation!" Roar! A substantial dragon roar resounded. Wisps of blood energy rose from Xiao Ni's body and dyed the entire heavenly water domain dark red. Within this dark red color, there was an incomparably sharp, baleful aura. It was so sharp that it directly shattered the heavenly water domain. Without the restraint of the heavenly water domain, this fiendish aura with a strong smell of blood immediately spread out like a flood. Dao Yin mode. Qin Feng instantly activated Dao Yin mode, blocking the invasion of the fiendish aura. Amidst the murderous and bloody aura, spiritual energy converged, and a blood-red fist appeared from time to time. A vertical eye appeared between Qin Feng's eyebrows. When the immortal reincarnation eye opened and closed, a red light lingered. At the same time, spiritual energy gushed out from where the two's fists and palms collided. Coupled with the fact that the two's spiritual energy had reached its limit, it suddenly shattered. The fierce shock wave sent both of them flying, and the big move that they had been preparing was also scattered. Their figures retreated quickly, leaving deep footprints on ground. Xiao Ni's eyes gradually became serious. His eyes flowed with excitement. Although the exchange, just now, was short, only they knew how dangerous it was. If either of them had made the slightest mistake just now, they would have at least ended up with serious injuries. He was someone who loved to fight and was especially proficient in close-quarters combat. After this exchange, he knew that Qin Feng was also an expert in close-quarters combat. No matter if it was combat experience, the grasp of battle opportunities, or the strength of his physical body, Qin Feng was not any weaker than him. For a battle-hungry person like him, such a person with similar strength was an opponent that could only be encountered by chance. Qin Feng's face also appeared a little dignified. Obviously, Xiaoni's close combat skills were far superior to his peers of the same level. Putting aside the level of spiritual energy, Dance's combat skills were probably weaker than Xiaoni's. He really deserves to be a person who has experienced the baptism of blood and killing. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. Every move of Xiaoni's was decisive without the slightest hesitation. His attacks and defenses were orderly, and his moves were interchangeable. Among the people he knew, there were very few people who could reach this stage. In a short exchange, just now, if he had been half a beat slower, he was afraid that he would have ended up with serious injuries. Qin Feng's pitch-black eyes stared at Xiao and I as he gently exhaled. He opened his right hand and curled it. A ferocious suction force immediately sucked a broken chair leg that was as thick as a thigh into his hand. He held it tightly. Qin Feng's body fell into silence, and a moment later, a fierce spiritual energy burst out again. Qin Feng, don't fight. Dance suddenly stood in front of Qin Feng. Get out of the way. Qin Feng coldly said, it's just a small misunderstanding. Dance said. She felt some regret in her heart. She just wanted to provoke Xiao and I to teach Qin Feng a lesson, but she didn't expect that Qin Feng, who usually looked very gentle, would suddenly become so angry and filled with killing intent. She couldn't help but stop him. Although she knew that Qin Feng had a big move that could threaten a 9th-stage Heaven Realm Master, she also knew that Qin Feng couldn't really control that move. She was hit by it completely due to carelessness and the special circumstances at the time. If she was careful, it would be a piece of cake for her to beat Qin Feng. But Xiao and I was different. He was someone who could compete with her. Even now, Dance didn't think that she could easily beat Xiao and I. So in her opinion, if Qin Feng fought with Xiao and I to the death, the one who would suffer in the end would be himself. Qin Feng paused for a moment. In the next moment, his body swayed, and in a flash, he dodged Dance. His feet stomped on the ground, and with a burst of energy, his body turned into a black line and shot towards Xiao and I like lightning. Although Qin Feng couldn't compete with Dance under the great desolate war body in Dao Yin mode, Dance couldn't stop him. Good boy, you have guts. I like it. Looking at Qin Feng, who dodged Dance's obstruction and took the initiative to attack, Xiaoni's body flashed with light. Spiritual energy gushed out, and his fists turned red. At this moment, Qin Feng and the others had undoubtedly become the focus of the hall. When everyone saw that Qin Feng didn't choose to retreat, but took the initiative to attack in front of Xiao and I, some people who knew Xiaoni's strength couldn't help but secretly shake their heads. In their hearts, Qin Feng's action was just a show-off in front of everyone, especially Dance, Zhou Mo, and the first princess Huang Fuyao, and the other beauties. This guy is really asking for trouble. Does he think that by injuring Dance, he can look down on the other young masters? Just stand there quietly. With Dance's protection, this Xiao and I won't dare to attack again. But he still wants to overestimate himself and be humiliated. Seeing Qin Feng's action, many people shook their heads. They knew very well how troublesome this defying king was when he fought. It seems that no matter how outstanding a person is, in front of a beauty, he can't help but be hot-blooded. Chapter 494. The little princess appears with an indifferent expression. Qin Feng coldly stared at the ferocious Xiao and I in front of him. Just as he was about to reach Xiao and I, he spun his heel, and his body strangely appeared at Xiaoni's side. He clenched his right hand, and the huge chair leg was covered in spiritual energy. With a fierce gust of wind, he mercilessly smashed towards Xiaoni's head. Sensing the energy above his head, Xiao and I sneered and suddenly smashed his fist upwards. Then it collided with the hard chair leg. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The legs of the chair that were as thick as thighs were blasted apart by Xiao and I, and after breaking the legs of the chair, his tightly clenched fist was mixed with energy as it pierced through the flying wood shavings like lightning and smashed towards Qin Feng behind him. His head slightly tilted as the fist that shot out from the wood shavings that blocked his vision brushed past Qin Feng's shoulder. The ferocious fist wind made his skin feel a burning sensation. Divine Dragon Technique. Divine Emperor's Might. Roar. At this moment, Qin Feng's body shook as an invisible wave of energy spread out from his body. It was also at this moment that his aura began to soar, as if he was about to break into the half-step ninth heavenly stage. Moreover, his figure seemed to have grown an inch taller as a tyrannical aura spread out from his body, accompanied by a dragon's roar. Good. Xiao Ni's eyes lit up as excitement flickered in his eyes. The two of them quickly exchanged blows. Neither of them had any fancy moves, and they were merely fighting head-on. Every time they collided, a muffled sound would cause one's eardrums to hurt. Moreover, ferocious forces would spew out from their collisions, causing the entire place to become a complete mess. Energy explosions continued as the two of them flickered with blurry beast shadows. The roars of beasts were endless, as if two ancient beasts were fighting against each other. Wherever they passed, ravines would be left as everything was destroyed. The tables and chairs were shattered into its shavings, stones exploded, and stone fragments shot out in all directions. Even the ceiling of the hall was shattered. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at this scene. It was hard to believe that Qin Feng had such a tyrannical side to him. In the past, when he fought with others, he rarely had such a stance, especially when he fought with Yihua and Yiwu. Yiwu's magical fire control, summoning a huge stream of water, was quite ethereal and agile in battle. Many people even called him the fighting little gentleman, but now, the fighting little gentleman in their eyes was unbelievably tyrannical. He was like a violent bear as he fought with Xiao and I. The huge contrast between before and after made them unable to come back to their senses for a moment. So this guy also has a bad temper. Just a little provocation and he'll explode. The battle between the two of them became more and more intense, and the shockwaves spread even further. Some of the older generation experts who were secretly paying attention had no choice but to take action. If the battle continued, destroying the place would be a trivial matter, but if there were casualties, it would be a huge problem. Both of them were young elites, the top existences of the younger generation. Their future was limitless, and they would become important figures in the Great Yin Empire. If they were to die here, they would not be able to bear the responsibility. As the two Great Yan's elders appeared and separated the two of them, the battle gradually calmed down. "What a disgrace!" One of the Great Yan's elders shouted. His voice was wrapped in vigorous spiritual energy, causing Qin Feng and Xiao Ni's bodies to tremble. The surging spiritual energy in their bodies became sluggish. "How terrifying!" Qin Feng exclaimed in his heart. A voice was able to make him lose control of his spiritual energy. This showed how terrifying this Great Yan's elder was. His cultivation was unfathomable. "Kid, not bad. You know how to fight in such a fierce way. Looks like you used a trick to win against my wife. You also have some foundation and strength." Xiao and I grinned at Qin Feng, like a fierce tiger baring its fangs, overflowing with ferocity. Among the younger generation, it has been a long time since someone other than my wife could exchange so many moves with me without showing any signs of defeat. "Kid, Xiao and I admire you. However, my wife and I are in love with each other. You better not have any bad thoughts." When the crowd heard this, they felt dizzy. This Xiao and I had another characteristic, which was that he was extremely thick-skinned. Edance did not even bother with him and beat him up every time. However, from his mouth, it seemed like beating was a sign of affection and scolding was a sign of love. What kind of mutual affection was this? It was clearly him who was shamelessly clinging on to her. Edance was already used to Xiao Ni's way of addressing her. No matter how she beat him, he would not change. What did she do? Hearing Xiao Ni's threat, Qin Feng sneered. "If your wife is strong enough, you are not afraid of being cheated. If you are cheated, you can only blame yourself for being useless." Xiao Ni's expression suddenly became gloomy. "What do you mean? If you don't have a diamond, don't take the porcelain job. If it's yours, it can't run away. If it's not yours, it can't be kept." Qin Feng said lightly. Edance, who was at the side, heard this, and her face was full of black lines. What did he think of her as? What did he think of her as? Her face darkened. She took a few steps back and said to the two of them, "Fight. Fight with all your strength. Whoever wins, I will be with him for the rest of my life." When Xiao and I heard this, he became hot-headed and laughed. "Wife, wait until I step on this guy under my feet. I will marry you in a palanquin." The laughter suddenly disappeared. Xiao and I roared. Vigorous spiritual energy surged out from his body. As it surged, a blurry figure of a violent dragon appeared. In an instant, a tyrannical aura filled the air. "Fight, fight well. If you win, I will marry you." Xiao Ni's eyes were burning. The aura around him became more and more violent. Yi Dance's words made his blood boil. However, just as his blood was boiling, a basin of cold water was poured over his head. A large hand descended from the sky and directly pressed down on Xiao Ni's body. The surging spiritual energy around his body also quickly dissipated and rushed back into his body. "You brat. After 2 years of experience at the border, you still haven't gotten rid of your rashness." The old man was so angry that his beard was blowing. Qin Feng didn't do anything. Obviously, he knew that with them there, they wouldn't let the two of them continue fighting. However, Xiao and I lost his mind after being instigated by Yi Dance. This was too embarrassing. "General Xiao and your brother's reputation is going to be ruined by you." The old man shouted, suppressing Xiao and I until he couldn't move. Xiao and I lay on the ground and shouted, "Old man, let me go. I won't beat him." "You brat, control your temper." The old man shook his head and withdrew his spiritual energy. Xiao and I stood up and stretched his body. He said to Qin Feng, "Brat, I will remember you, Bang." However, before he could finish speaking, a huge shadow suddenly descended, and a huge claw fell with a bang, stomping him to the ground. At the same time, a voice came from above. "You stupid goose! How dare you bully my sister Wu? Do you think I don't exist?" Everyone looked over, and their expressions became interesting. The little princess was here too. This was going to be fun. They looked at Xiao and I with sympathy. Chapter 495. The Miserable Xiao and I. Screech. In the middle of the field, a flaming giant bird descended from the sky and stepped on Xiao and I. The bird's cry was sharp and ear-piercing. "Heavenly Flame Eagle. The little princess is here." When everyone saw the giant bird, they immediately knew who it was. In the palace, the only person who could control the rank 6 Heavenly Flame Eagle was the Emperor's favorite, the laziest, the weakest, and the most troublemaker, Huangfu Huanhuan. Everyone's gaze shifted. As expected, they saw Huangfu Huanhuan on the Heavenly Flame Eagle's head. She was dressed in a golden robe and wore a crown. She was even more seductive than Huangfu Yao. This is going to be interesting. Everyone knew that Xiao and I was not afraid of anything in Great Yin City. There were only 2 things he was most afraid of. He was afraid that Yi Dance would ignore him, and he was afraid that Huangfu Huanhuan would bully him. All these years, he was only tortured physically by Yi Dance. However, he was tortured mentally by Huangfu Huanhuan. Therefore, whenever Huangfu Huanhuan appeared, Xiao and I would stay as far away as possible. Her eyes were black, and her lips were red. She looked exactly like a problem girl. But even so, it still made Qin Feng's body stiffen and the corner of his mouth twitch. This was because he immediately recognized this problem girl with heavy makeup. She was the mysterious girl he saved at Blackwater Mountain that day. In the end, she tricked him into sending her to Great Yin City. In the end, not only did he not get the extra reward he promised, but he was also cheated of all the rewards he deserved. If he did not give the Destiny Spirit Pearl to the Demon Eye for safekeeping, he would have worked for nothing. In Great Yin City, he was also secretly looking for this damn girl. However, he guessed that her status was not low. He did not dare to let the Song clan know and only look for her in secret. However, he did not expect this damn girl to have such a powerful background. She was the little princess of the imperial family. Her background was a little scary. Xiao and I was pressed to the ground by a strong force. He wanted to resist, but his expression quickly changed. He realized who was attacking him. Huangfu Huanhuan jumped down from the Heavenly Flame Eagle and came to Xiao and I. She squatted down. Her face was covered in thick makeup, and her smile was tragic. Silly goose, we haven't seen each other for 2 years. Did you miss me? Great aunt, I know I was wrong. I will leave now. Shout and I cried miserably. I don't think that's a good idea. You're leaving as soon as I arrive. Aren't you purposely not welcoming me? Huan smiled. Xiaoni's face turned pale as he quickly laughed. How is that possible? I like little sister Huan the most. It's just that I came here in a hurry and forgot to bring the gift I prepared for you. I'll go back and get it now. My good brother, how can I let you do this? Just let the servant go back and get it. We have just met, and I still have a lot to say to you. Hearing this, Xiao and I almost wanted to cry. Seeing Xiao and I, who was as fierce as a tiger a second ago, but was now more docile than a kitten, Qin Feng couldn't help but ask in surprise, why is Xiao and I so afraid of the little princess? Logically speaking, although Xiao Ni's status wasn't as noble as the princess, he shouldn't be so afraid. Huan is Xiao Ni's nightmare. She is the only one who can make him obedient. Seeing Xiao Ni's current state, Dance was indescribably happy. She explained to Qin Feng, it's not entirely accurate to say that he's afraid. It's more like he dotes on her. Do you know the relationship between the current great general protector of the nation, Xiao Tianlong, and my master? Qin Feng was stunned. Aren't they master and disciple? The current great general protector of the nation was the emperor's third disciple. Everyone in the great Yin Empire knew this, and it wasn't a secret. Other than that, there's another layer of relationship. Dance nodded slowly and said, Great General Zhao's elder sister, Xiao Huan, is also master's favorite concubine. Therefore, other than being master and disciple, master is also Great General Zhao's brother-in-law. This Xiao Huan is a remarkable woman in the great Yin Empire. Not only is she good at singing and dancing, but she's also proficient in arranging troops and commanding troops. She is the first female general in the great Yin Empire to hold military power. However, 18 years ago, there was a great turmoil at the borders. Master personally led the army. In the chaos, Xiao Huan was attacked by the great Yin Empire's experts in order to protect Master. She was severely injured and was on the verge of death. At that time, she was already pregnant. She could have used the spiritual pearl of destiny to save her life. However, she would not be able to carry the baby in her womb. In the end, General Xiao Huan gave up using the spiritual pearl of destiny to prolong her life for the sake of the baby in her womb. She persisted for more than a month. After giving birth to Huan, she was already at the end of her life. No medicinal herbs or spiritual treasures were of any use. She passed away not long after. This is the child that General Xiao Huan saved with her life. Master doted on her very much. He strictly ordered all the factions in the imperial court to not involve Huan no matter how they fought for power or how many dirty tricks they used in the dark. Anyone who violated this rule would be slaughtered. Huan was his master's child. She was also the descendant of his most respected sister. Thus, General Xiao also doted on her like she was his treasure. His two sons, Xiao Jin and Xiao and I, also doted on Aunt's only child. Especially Xiao and I, who was obsessed with his sister. He was practically afraid that he would lose her. He was afraid that she would melt in his mouth. He was afraid that Huan would be wronged in the slightest, so he let her do whatever she wanted. Hearing Yiwu's words, Qin Feng finally understood. Thinking about it this way, the Xiao and I was quite cute. He sacrificed everything to protect his sister. Such a person, no matter how bad he was still admirable. Good brother, let me help you tidy up your clothes. As she spoke, Huan's small hands reached out to Xiao and I. Looking at the pair of small hands that were filled with evil, Xiao and I was so scared that his face turned pale. He asked in horror, Little Grandaunt, what are you doing? Sister Wu's clothes were also torn at the Yin City Guild gathering. I feel that you two are a match made in heaven. You should also try this experience. Huan smiled brightly. She grabbed Xiaoni's clothes and tore them apart. Grandaunt, stop! Instantly, Xiaoni's miserable cries rang out. Everyone was stunned. This little princess was really ferocious. In a few breaths' time, Xiao Ni's clothes were mostly torn apart. He was completely naked, leaving only a piece of cloth covering his private parts. Little Grandaunt, is this enough? Xiao Ni's face was red. Huangfu Huan waved her hand and smiled. Okay, you can go now. Xiao and I was relieved. After the giant claw left, he slapped the ground. Spiritual energy wrapped around his body, and he quickly ran away. Huangfu Huan moved her wrist and looked at Xiao and I, who didn't even dare to look back as he ran away. She whispered to herself, "Those who dare to bully Sister Wu, I won't let them go." On who's next? Qin Feng. Huangfu Huan's strength refreshed Qin Feng's understanding of her. At this moment, he hesitated. Should he still look for her to return the rewards? He felt that saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda. He shouldn't place too much importance on rewards. When a matter is done, leave with a flick of your sleeves. A person should be like this. Chapter 496. How to Punish. When their eyes met, Qin Feng's eyes twitched violently. His heart couldn't help but tighten. He quickly averted his gaze and retreated towards Dance. When Huangfu Huan saw Qin Feng, her seductive red lips parted slightly as she slowly walked over. Even if he didn't look, Qin Feng could still feel a gaze that was as cold as a knife shooting towards him. He slowly retreated, wanting to leave. He didn't expect Huangfu Huan to have such a good relationship with Dance. Even Xiao and I was tortured to such an extent. He had done much more than Xiao and I in the finals. At least Xiao and I had taken advantage of him verbally, but he had taken advantage of him physically. In addition, he had ridiculed her quite a bit. He didn't think that this damn girl was someone who would repay kindness. Huangfu Huan was doted on by everyone in the palace. She was also doted on by the National Protector General's family. No one dared to offend this damn girl. Since she had tortured Xiao and I to such an extent, no one dared to speak up for her. It was better for him to leave. But before he could take a few steps, Dance pulled him back and asked, "What are you doing? Leaving? Weren't you asking Huan for a mental strength technique?" Seeing the gloating smile on Dance's face, Qin Feng's mouth twitched. This woman was doing it on purpose. "You're Qin Feng, the one who injured my sister Wu?" Huangfu Huan walked over and asked with a smile. "Yes." Qin Feng lowered his head slightly and replied. It was too late to leave now. When everyone saw the little princess stop in front of Qin Feng, they couldn't help but laugh. They knew the relationship between Huangfu Huan and Dance. They were closer than sisters. Xiao and I had been tortured to such an extent just because he took advantage of her verbally. Qin Feng was probably going to lose a layer of skin today. "You've got guts, daring to use such a despicable..." Huangfu Huan stared at Qin Feng. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes narrowed. She bent down slightly and looked at Qin Feng's face from head to toe. Her curved eyebrows slightly furrowed. At a certain moment, Huangfu Huan's eyes suddenly widened. She was completely stunned. Princess Huan, he was the one who teamed up with AI Tianxing and Lu and to beat Missy Dance. Yulei walked over with a wine cup and a faint smile. That's right. This kind of behavior is indeed despicable. No matter what, Xiaoni's mouth is unforgiving, but he still respects Miss Wu very much. Mo Sun's tea. At the same time, a few other people walked out. They were all young elites who were on good terms with the two families. Qin Feng had helped the Song family and ruined their previous plan. Naturally, they held a grudge against him. However, he had been staying in the Song family, and they didn't have the chance to make a move. Obviously, they had encountered the little princess who was extremely protective of Dance. Naturally, they wanted to sow discord and make the little princess make a move on Qin Feng. Of course, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were trying to sow discord. They were just exaggerating the truth. After all, when Qin Feng and the other two fought against Dance, their methods weren't very glorious. Seeing how these people described the battle, Song Su and Song Yuan's expressions changed. If the little princess held a grudge against Qin Feng because of this, then Qin Feng wouldn't have a good time in the future. Your Highness, in a battle, all sorts of unexpected situations can happen. Qin Feng and the other two used the weak to fight against the strong. At that time, their methods weren't excessive at all. It was merely a method to seek victory. Moreover, Missy Wu didn't pursue this matter. Song Yuan spoke. A method to win? Haha, it's easy for you to say. Yu Lei sneered. If tearing a girl's clothes in front of everyone is considered a normal method, then I really don't know what is abnormal. I think so too. A person should have his own bottom line. Once crossed, he should be punished. How noble is Miss E Dance? How can she let others blaspheme her? Yes, blasphemous Miss E Dance must be punished. Yule and Mo Sun, don't go too far. You're looking for trouble, Song Su said coldly. In fact, everyone knew that this matter wasn't a big deal. It was just that the little princess was there and had a good relationship with E Dance. Therefore, some people with ulterior motives wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Qin Feng. Using such a method to win the championship is really despicable. So, how do you want me to punish him? Huangfu Huan came back to her senses and looked deeply at Qin Feng, who was avoiding her gaze. A trace of a smile flashed across her eyes. Then, she looked at Yulei and the others who kept saying how despicable Qin Feng was in front of her. How you want to punish him is naturally up to Princess Huan. We are also willing to help. Yulei smiled. With his understanding of Huangfu Huan, when she showed this kind of expression, she was definitely going to do something big. Qin Feng was really going to be unlucky today. Huangfu Huan rubbed her snow-white chin and nodded thoughtfully. Then, she said in a low voice, I definitely won't let anyone who dares to blaspheme Sister Wu go. Who else wants to help me? She looked at Yulei and the others, then looked at the others and asked, I'm also willing. As long as the princess says the word, I'm willing to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire. I'm willing to die 1,000 times. I'm also willing to punish this kind of heartless person. Many people were stirred up and were filled with righteous indignation as they criticized Qin Feng, this kind of immoral person. They wanted to stand up for Huangfu Huan and E Dance. Naturally, there were some who liked E Dance and wanted to curry favor with Huangfu Huan. They were even more proactive than Yulei and Mo Sun, Lei Jiuxiao, and the others. Some even rolled up their sleeves and wanted to fight. Although they knew they were no match for Qin Feng, with a little princess here, Qin Feng wouldn't dare to fight back even if he had 100 guts. Huan, don't go too far. Suddenly, a seductive voice sounded. Huangfu Yao walked over and glanced at Qin Feng. Then, he smiled and said to Huangfu Huan, Sister, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't die. Huangfu Huan smiled sweetly. Seeing this, Huangfu Yao helplessly shook his head. He patted Qin Feng's shoulder and said, This sister of mine isn't easy to control. Don't be stubborn with her. Just be like Xiao and I and give in. Young man, raise your head. Huangfu Huan crossed her arms and looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Her large eyes flickered with playfulness and a trace of indescribable excitement. Qin Feng took a deep breath and raised his head. Since Huangfu Huan had already recognized him, he might as well go all out. He asked, What does your highness want? What do you think I should do? Whatever. Qin Feng shrugged. How about burning it with fire? Huangfu Huan pointed at the heavenly flame condor behind her and asked with a smile. Qin Feng glanced at her. I don't mind. All right, let's do that. Huangfu Huan nodded. Yulei and the others all smiled. The heavenly flame condor was a rank 6 spiritual beast. It was an innate fire attribute spiritual beast. Its flames were not something an ordinary person could withstand. Whoosh! The temperature in the area suddenly rose, as if a sea of fire had descended from the sky. Is Qin Feng really unlucky this time? Gloating laughter sounded from the surroundings. However, in the next second, everyone was dumbfounded. It seemed like they had burned the wrong person. Chapter 497. My sister. In the dilapidated hall, the flames burned fiercely. Outside the fire, everyone was stunned. They were flabbergasted and couldn't believe it. Wasn't the little princess going to stand up for Yi Wu and attack Qin Feng? Why did she set fire to Yulei and Mo Sun and the others instead? Amidst the flames, more than a dozen figures flashed, trying to rush out, but around the flames there was a faint membrane. Although this membrane seemed faint, its defensive power was extremely strong. Even Yulei, a half-step ninth-stage Heaven Realm Master, found it difficult to break through. This is the Heavenly Flames Eagle's Raging Flame Cage. The little princess doesn't seem to be simply punishing Yulei and the others. These people were all talking bad about Qin Feng and instigating her to punish Qin Feng. Looking at the dozen people who were constantly crashing and screaming in the Raging Flame Cage, the group felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't understand the little princess's intention. In the past, whenever someone dared to have any improper thoughts about Yi Wu, the little princess would definitely be angrier than if she were the one being molested. She would always beat those people half to death, especially Xiao and I. But why didn't she attack Qin Feng this time? Logically speaking, she should have beaten Qin Feng half to death. Huang Fuyao and Yi Wu were also stunned. They also thought that with Huangfu Huanhuan's temperament, she wouldn't let Qin Feng off easily. However, they didn't expect that not only did she not attack Qin Feng, she even burned the people who instigated her to punish Qin Feng. This was too dramatic. Similarly, Qin Feng was also a little stunned. He was prepared for the worst, but the little princess's actions were beyond his expectations. She set fire to the people who slandered him, as if she was standing up for him. Thinking of this, Qin Feng felt a warm current flow in his heart. It seemed that the little princess was quite cute and knew how to repay kindness. Ah, ah, ah. The screams grew louder and louder, and the impact of the raging flame cage gradually weakened. Obviously, those people were burned to the point that they did not have much strength to resist. The two elders had no choice but to intervene. Your Highness, these people are the young elites of the Great Yin Empire. It will be a great loss to the Empire if there are any casualties. That's right, Your Highness, there must be a limit to everything, another old man said. I didn't really plan to burn them to death. The little princess pouted and ordered the Heavenly Flames Condor to retract its flames. Although she was unruly, she still knew her priorities. As the flames disappeared, more than a dozen burnt figures fell from the sky. Every one of them was emitting green smoke from their bodies. They couldn't be more miserable. Listen up, all of you. If I hear you speak ill of Qin Feng again, I will not let you off easily. Huangfu Huanhuan glanced at the dozen or so people lying on the ground, then looked around and said loudly, Let me tell you, Qin Feng is the person this princess wants to protect. If anyone dares to have any thoughts about him, then they're going against me. Everyone looked at each other. What was going on? This was the first time the little princess had met Qin Feng. Why would she protect him like this? It was too strange. Song Su and Song Yuan opened their mouths, but they didn't know what to say. Although they didn't know what was going on, with the little princess protecting him, they didn't have to worry about anything. This is really strange. This should be the first time Qin Feng met Huanhuan. Why would Huanhuan protect him like this? Huang Fuyao's seductive eyes moved between Qin Feng and Huangfu Huanhuan, and her brows furrowed slightly. If someone said that Huangfu Huanhuan was interested in Qin Feng, she wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. However, it seemed like there was another layer of relationship between the two of them. Some time ago, Huanhuan snuck in and out of Great Yin City. Huang Fuyao's beautiful eyes flickered. She remembered that the Song family's son-in-law, Qin Feng, only appeared in Great Yin City half a month before the Flame City Guild opened. It was also during this time that Huangfu Huanhuan returned to the palace. No wonder. Huang Fuyao nodded slightly as if she had guessed something. At first, Yi was also confused. However, she quickly understood. Before returning to the palace, Huangfu Huanhuan had told her that she had been kidnapped in the Unfolding Mountains and that someone had saved her. Huangfu Huanhuan had also asked her to secretly search for this person in the Unfolding Mountains. However, she had never imagined that this person was actually Qin Feng. Qin Feng stared blankly at the domineering little princess. At this moment, only a few words flashed through his mind. My little sister is amazing. Qin Feng, don't worry. So long as I'm here, no one will dare have any intentions towards you. As he spoke, Huangfu Huanhuan pulled Qin Feng and leaped onto the back of the Heaven Flame Eagle before swaggering off. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, unable to recover from their daze. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't accept this. Who was little Princess Huanhuan? Other than her blood-related relatives, other members of the opposite sex wouldn't even enter her eyes, let alone take special care of someone. However, today, she was actually protecting Qin Feng. Most importantly, this Qin Feng had once taken advantage of her best friend, Yiwu. Everyone knew that Qin Feng had really achieved meteoric success this time. With the little princess protecting him like this, who would dare to do anything bad to him? I don't believe you. Everyone wanted to curse. Standing on the heavenly flame eagle's back and breathing in the cold air, Qin Feng gradually came to his senses. He looked at Huangfu Huanhuan, who was smiling at him playfully. Her big watery eyes curved into crescents, and two small dimples appeared at the corner of her mouth. She was extremely cute. Qin Feng smiled and said, I didn't expect that you would actually help me. Hee, what kind of person do you think I am? Huangfu Huanhuan pursed her lips and said, You saved me, so it's only right that I help you. Who's like you, full of evil thoughts? How can you think of others as evil? Qin Feng rubbed his nose. It seemed like he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a petty person. By the way, there doesn't seem to be any news about you being captured in Great Yin City. Qin Feng asked. With the little princess status, this matter would definitely cause a commotion. However, he hadn't heard anything about it since he came to Great Yin City. I naturally have to take revenge myself to vent my anger. I'm currently recruiting fighters. The Divination Pavilion plans to kill my way back. You're one of them. As she spoke, Huangfu Huanhuan waved her hand and said, Let's not talk about you. Let's talk about you. Didn't you say you were going back to the unfolding mountain range? How did you become the son-in-law of the Song clan? According to the time, you and I entered Great Yin City at the same time. You really deceived me. Sister Wu has been looking for you in the unfolding mountain range for many days. Huangfu Huanhuan cast a sidelong glance at Qin Feng. She had always thought that Qin Feng was still in the unfolding mountain range, so she secretly asked Yi Wu to search for him. She didn't expect that he would also enter Great Yin City and become the son-in-law of the Song clan. Naturally, she had heard the rumors during this period. However, she didn't expect that the benefactor she had been searching for all this time was the active Qin Feng right under her nose. I told you to come back with me earlier. I'll give you more rewards, but you didn't agree. Look at what happened now. After going around in circles, you still came back with me, didn't you? Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. Could he say that he was afraid of being tricked by her, so he deliberately lied to her? Chapter 498. Forbidden Physical Technique. Huangfu Huanhuan looked at Qin Feng with a faint smile on her face. She grabbed Qin Feng's collar and said, I haven't settled the score with you yet. You're quite smart. You actually tricked me. What do you mean? You tricked me, right? Qin Feng was speechless. He was the one who was tricked. Why was she still pretending to be the victim? Where's the heavenly mandate spirit pearl? Did you secretly hide it away? You really have sharp eyes. You secretly kept the best thing, Huangfu Huanhuan said. Little princess, if you say that, it's meaningless. Qin Feng spread his hands. It was his reward, but she took it all back. How could she blame him for keeping it? Who said that he would double the compensation? Qin Feng said in a low voice. Who? Who said that? Huangfu Huanhuan pretended to be shocked. I don't know who it is. Anyway, she has big eyes and a round face. She's very cute. She's someone who everyone likes. Qin Feng praised Huangfu Huanhuan. Then he took out the Void Seal Stone and projected the scene of them parting at the city gate of Great Yin City. At that time, he thought that he might need her help in the future. Since he had her portrait, it would be easier for him to find her. Therefore, he used the Void Seal Stone. After being praised by Qin Feng, Huangfu Huanhuan's smug smile did not even have time to spread before she saw this scene. Don't you think the girl in this scene looks like you? Qin Feng asked despite knowing the answer. mocking Huang Fu Huan Huan. Huang Fu Huan Huan glanced at Qin Feng from the corner of her eyes. She pursed her lips and said, "Of course, I won't go back on my word. However, as the saying goes, a good deed must be done to the end. After you help me flatten Blackwater Mountain, I'll give you the reward as well." Wait a moment. Qin Feng hastily interrupted Huang Fu Huan Huan and asked, "When did I agree to help you flatten Blackwater Mountain? You could have just mobilized an army. Why drag me into this? If you don't want the reward, it's up to you. I won't force you." Huang Fu Huan Huan glanced at Qin Feng after she finished speaking. When she saw that he was about to speak, she immediately waved her hand and flipped it. A white jade appeared in her hand. "Here for you." "What's this?" Qin Feng was stunned. "Didn't Father agree to let you study the only mental energy mantra in the palace?" When he heard this, he looked. Mantras. Mind. This mental energy mantra has been split into at least 3 parts. You can only use it if you learn all 3 parts. Therefore, even if you learn part of the mental energy mantra in this white jade, it will be useless. The Imperial family wants to use this method to keep you here, the demon eye said. Qin Feng's face stiffened. The old emperor was really shrewd. If he learned part of the mental energy mantra, he would not give up halfway. He would want to learn the rest. However, if he wanted to get the rest of the mental energy mantra, he would have to contribute to the Great Yin Empire. That way, he would be trapped in the palace. Old fox. Qin Feng cursed in his heart. After a while, he withdrew his outstretched hand. He could not sell himself to the Imperial family for a mental energy mantra. "What's wrong?" Huang Fu Huan Huan looked at Qin Feng in surprise. He had been so impatient just a moment ago. Why was he like this now? "I don't want this mental energy mantra. I don't want it." Qin Feng waved his hand, but Imperial Father agreed to it. "He didn't ask you to give anything in exchange." Huang Fu Huan Huan blinked her big eyes and said in confusion, "As a mental energy master, you should value mental energy mantras very much. With it, you'll be able to reach a higher level in the cultivation of your spiritual power. I never take advantage of others. I only take what I deserve. For example, the reward you promised me." Qin Feng looked at Huang Fu Huan Huan meaningfully. The latter rolled his eyes, stood on tiptoe, and knocked on Qin Feng's head, saying, "After the matter with the Divine Secret Pavilion is settled, I'll bring people to wipe out the Blackwater Mountain. At that time, you'll be my bodyguard. After that, I'll give you all the rewards in one go. If you don't agree, then I can't do anything. If I don't finish the matter, how can I give you the rewards?" Qin Feng gritted his teeth and snorted. "I'll believe you one more time. After we leave the Divine Secret Pavilion, I will follow you to the Blackwater Mountain. You can't go back on your word, but you have to do as you say." Seeing the sneaky smile on Huang Fu Huan Huan's face, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. "Send me back. Don't you want to stroll around the palace? There are many beautiful sights here." Qin Feng dismounted from the Heavenly Flame Eagle and returned to the Song residence alone. After returning to his room, Qin Feng immediately asked Demon Eye, "Old devil, do you really not have any mental energy mantras?" After the old emperor, Huang Fu Yuan, he was itching to get his hands on a mental energy mantra. Mental energy mantras were mental energy cultivation methods. They were extremely rare, and any one of them was a rare treasure. It was said that mental energy mantras were derived from mental energy cultivation. Therefore, they were very helpful for mental energy cultivation. His spiritual power had been stuck at the lower level of the earth rank for a long time, and he had been unable to break through. Although he had the divine power plate to assist his spiritual cultivation, it was only a little faster than other spiritual masters. Overall, it was still much slower than the spiritual power cultivation. Now, his spiritual energy was close to the 9th level of the heavenly realm, but his mental energy was still in the spirit detecting realm. If this problem wasn't solved, his mental energy would only become more and more obvious in the future. In the end, it would become completely useless. Especially in the Flame City Guild, he deeply experienced the powerlessness of mental energy. In the past, mental energy was his greatest trump card, but now it was completely useless. Qin Feng was also very anxious, but there was no systematic cultivation method for mental energy. He could only rely on time to level it up. This was also one of the reasons why mental energy masters were so noble, mysterious, and rare. I do have a mental energy mantra, but I can't teach it to you now. Once you step into the 9th level of the heavenly realm, you can decide whether you want to cultivate my mental energy mantra. Demon, I said. Forbidden region? That's the 7th level of the heavenly realm. Qin Feng rubbed his forehead. The 9th level of the heavenly realm had a total of 9 levels, and each level was harder than the last. If he wanted to cultivate to the 7th level of the heavenly realm, who knew how long it would take? Before that, don't even think about getting a mental energy mantra from me. After pausing, Demon, I suddenly said in a very low voice, Brat, are you interested in a forbidden technique? Are you interested? What is it? Qin Feng's voice trembled. Chapter 499. Zhou Tianxing's Sutra of Death. A forbidden technique of the physical body. Qin Feng's heart burned. Although he had yet to fully understand what a forbidden technique of the physical body was, just the 2 words alone were enough to make him jealous. When Lewin had used the forbidden technique, the boundless prison of blood, he had begun to use the Dao Yin mode. He had even resorted to trickery, causing both of them to suffer. It was clear how terrifying forbidden techniques were. Didn't you say that forbidden techniques can't be cultivated? Qin Feng asked. The demonic I had told him before that forbidden techniques could not be cultivated, so he had never mentioned them to the demonic eye. The prohibition of forbidden arts originates from the backlash that the user of the forbidden arts cannot endure. The backlash can also be said to be the corrosion of the forbidden arts' residual power. In this world, regardless of the level of forbidden arts battle skills or magic arts, they all have the power of backlash. However, due to the difference in power level, the backlash caused is also different. The reason why people desire forbidden techniques is because of the destructive power they cause. The reason why people fear forbidden techniques is because very few people can withstand the backlash of using forbidden techniques. As long as the caster has an absolutely indestructible body that can withstand the backlash of the forbidden technique, then the forbidden technique is no different from a battle skill or spell. Zhou Tianxing's Sutra of Death is a forbidden technique of the physical body. The only requirement to cultivate it is that the user has an indestructible body, said the demonic eye. Hearing this, Qin Feng exclaimed and smacked his lips. The desire in his heart that had been dispelled by the terrifying backlash surged up again. He asked, in other words, as long as the physical body is tough enough to withstand the backlash of the forbidden technique, everything will be fine? You can say that? The demonic eye nodded. The path of cultivation begins with refining the body. Everything begins with the body. The human body has always been the most mysterious thing in the world. Whether it's forbidden techniques or becoming an expert, you need an indestructible body no matter what method you use. If you want to cultivate this forbidden technique, you only need an absolutely tough body. Old Mo, I want to learn this forbidden technique. Qin Feng licked his lips as his heart burned. His voice was filled with urgency. How impatient. Mo Yin snorted softly. When he saw Qin Feng's anxious appearance, he said unhappily, since it is a forbidden technique, how can it be so easy to cultivate? What you need to do now is to think of ways to strengthen your physical body. If your physical body is not tough enough, you will not be able to cultivate it. Qin Feng nodded and suppressed the urgency in his heart. After a moment of silence, he suddenly changed the topic and said, Old devil, what exactly is the body refining that you just mentioned? Body refinement is divided into 12 stages. The first 3 stages don't have much of an effect. It merely increases the quality of one's body and physique by a little. Therefore, these cultivation stages are relatively simple. Glancing at Qin Feng, who was deep in thought, Mo Yin pondered for a moment and continued. Only when you cultivate to the 4th stage will the benefits of cultivation gradually emerge. At this stage, your skin will slowly become as hard as wood or stone. Regardless of whether it is strength or speed, there will be a significant increase. When you reach this stage, you will condense an inscription on your body. Every time you advance to another stage, you will condense an inscription. Every subsequent advancement will be even more difficult. Of course, the hardness of your body has already reached the fourth stage. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He said, "That is to say, I can cultivate this forbidden technique?" Mo Yin was silent. After a long while, he said, "What did you cultivate in the Zhou Tian death scripture?" Mo Yan's serious tone startled Qin Feng. He asked, "What is it?" "Your own body." Mo Yin said, "The human body is the most difficult technique in the world. It contains a lot of energy. The Zhou Tian death scripture's strength lies in the deep exploration of the body's potential. Once cultivated, the body will not be destroyed, and the technique will not disappear. The life and death scripture runs through the human body's 9 major life and death acupoints, which are the gates of life and death. Life gate, strange gate, rest gate, limit gate, shock gate, pain gate, center gate, view gate, and death gate. The human body's 9 major acupoints run from life to death. Once cultivated, it runs through life and death." Mo Yin was silent for a moment. Mo Yin continued, "Once this forbidden technique is cultivated to the end, it runs through life and death. In another sense, it is a passage that connects life and death. No one knows what will happen when the time comes." "You mean to say that if I cultivate it, I will die?" Qin Feng was shocked. If that was the case, this was no longer a forbidden technique. It was a technique that hastened one's death. Not necessarily. It's just that at the end of this forbidden technique, many indescribable situations will occur. No one can predict what will happen. Mo Yin said. Qin Feng frowned. It seemed that this forbidden technique was not so easy to cultivate. No one knew what would happen, which meant that the future was unknown. "Why are you telling me about this forbidden technique?" Qin Feng muttered to himself as he flicked the demon eye in his palm. Logically speaking, if Mo Yin wanted him to cultivate the Zhou Tian death scripture, he would not have told him so many drawbacks. If he did not plan to let him cultivate it, why would he tell him so much? As far as I know, no one has successfully cultivated this forbidden technique. After a pause, Mo Yin suddenly said, "Your mother once cultivated this forbidden technique." Hearing this, Qin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. "My mother cultivated it. How do you know?" "I won't say much about your mother now. If you're alive, you can investigate it yourself in the future. I can only tell you that due to special circumstances, your mother's cultivation progress stopped. The reason why I'm telling you this is because I think you might be more outstanding than your mother. I've said all that needs to be said. As for what you plan to do, it's up to you." Mo Yin said no more. Qin Feng interlaced his fingers together, and his eyes were gloomy and uncertain. After a long while, he took a deep breath and said, "Since my mother has cultivated before as her son, how could I dare to be timid? Old Mo, teach me the cultivation method." "Okay." A black light shot out from his palm and swept into Qin Feng's mind. At this moment, Qin Feng's whole body shook violently as a large amount of information poured into his mind. Zhou Tian death scripture. First, cultivate the heavenly cycle. Then cultivate the gate of life. Then cultivate the life and death scripture. Up and down the heavenly cycle, the life and death scripture. Open the gate and enter the gate of death. Zhou Tian death scripture. Cultivate and death scripture. Carefully savoring this information, Qin Feng secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. "Die as soon as I cultivated this." Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Anyone who heard this would probably not dare to cultivate anymore. The death here isn't a real death. Instead, it's a kind of death that can't be named. And Mo Yin said, "The cultivation method has been passed to you. Whether you want to cultivate it or not is up to you." Chapter 500. 3 Bodhi Divine, Liquid Qin Feng sat quietly on the stone bench, constantly comprehending this cultivation method. Zhou Tian's life and death scripture. Cultivating one's heavenly cycle opens one's body, unearthing one's hidden strength. The human body is always the most mysterious technique. All the techniques in the world, in the end, originate from one's own body. The body is a technique. One's body is a technique, the source of all techniques. Qin Feng whispered, seeming to understand something in his heart, but it was difficult for him to grasp this feeling for a while. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before frowning. He now understood the main cultivation method of Zhou Tian's life and death scripture, but what he didn't understand was why this technique, which seemed easy to cultivate, would have such terrible consequences. The 9 gates of life and death, opening each gate in one's body and unearthing their hidden strength. This is the cultivation method of Zhou Tian's life and death scripture. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng's expression became extremely dignified. He planned to open the first gate, the gate of life. Slowly closing his eyes, Yang Kai began cultivating according to the cultivation method, attempting to open the gate of life. The dark clouds moved far away, and the crescent moon appeared. There were many stars in the sky, decorating the starry sky, making it look even more profound and vast, mysterious and obscure. At some unknown time, Qin Feng's body suddenly trembled violently, and his face flushed red. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and changed the seal in his hand. The first gate, gate of life, opened. His body trembled even more violently as a faint light shot out from his body, like a small sun rising. Qin Feng felt as if his hands were being burned by fire. There was an extremely scorching aura in the center of his palms. Following the opening of the gate of life, that scorching energy suddenly erupted and surged towards his 8 extraordinary meridians. His flesh and blood trembled, and his body flickered with a fluorescent light. Qin Feng could clearly feel that as this scorching energy filled every corner of his body, a huge amount of power suddenly erupted from his body. It was as if his entire body was being reinforced by this energy, becoming extremely tough and full of strength. At this moment, Yang Kai really wanted to shout out loud. He felt that he was now incomparably powerful, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Now, even if he encountered a true 9th-stage Heaven Realm Master, he would not fear them and would not hesitate to kill them. This was a kind of self-confidence in the strength contained within his body. However, this power only lasted for a dozen seconds or so before it faded away. As the energy dissipated, Qin Feng fell head first on the ground. He was incomparably fatigued, feeling as though every inch of his flesh and blood had withered. Just moving would cause him to feel unbearable pain. The backlash from the gate of life only drained your fleshly body dry. Not bad. Your fleshly body is barely able to withstand the backlash from the forbidden technique, Mo Yin said. Qin Feng's life and death curse was terrifying. In just a dozen seconds or so, he had Heaven's life and Death Body's body had been drained. Even if he had used Immortal Light 2 and 2, he wouldn't be so exhausted. Forbidden arts are truly fearsome. Lying on the ground, Qin Feng exclaimed. Although he was too tired to move right now, during those 10 seconds of opening the gate of life, he had experienced a strength he had never experienced before. In that short period of time, he had dared to challenge a 9th-stage Heaven Realm Master. In the future, when your body becomes more tenacious, the backlash from the gate of life will become smaller and smaller. Qin Feng nodded slightly and rested for a while. After recovering some of his strength, he asked, "Old demon, do you have any more powerful medicinal liquids? With my normal cultivation progress, even if you give me another 3 months, I won't be able to fully control the gate of life's power." A person's body would strengthen as their spirit energy increased, but this kind of strengthening was universal. Qin Feng was not satisfied with this kind of slow progress. In fact, his body's strength had already far surpassed that of his peers. But if he wanted to cultivate Heaven's life and death scripture, he needed a more tenacious body. This kind of improvement was far from enough to rely on his daily accumulation, so he could only pay attention to special medicinal liquids. Demon, I thought for a moment and said, There's a kind of body-tempering medicinal liquid called 3 Bodhisattva divine pulp, but it requires a lot of herbs, and some are rare. It's not easy to gather them. I'll take care of the herbs. After helping the Song family so much and having a relationship with the little princess, Qin Feng was not worried about the herbs for cultivation. Okay, I'll send you the herbs needed. After the matter at the divination pavilion is settled, I'll start to cultivate my body. The next day, Qin Feng went to Song Songyun to collect the rewards for the champion. The longevity flower was also among them, which made him feel relieved. Then, he wrote down some of the herbs that were difficult to find to refine 3 Bodhisattva divine pulp on a piece of paper and handed it to Song Songyun, asking the Song family to help him find them. Of course, he also said that he would barter and would not ask the Song family to pay. After that, he went to the Yi family. He could not enter the palace, so he could only look for Yi Wu. In Great Yin City, only Yi Wu could enter and leave the palace at will. Yi Wu was surprised by Qin Feng's visit. What a rare guest. I'm here to ask you for help, Qin Feng said with a smile. Don't say that. Who in Great Yin City doesn't know that you're an honored guest of Huan Huan? Who can help you? Yi Wu pouted and said with a sour tone. Don't be sarcastic. Qin Feng smiled bitterly and said, I really have something that I need your help with. What is it? Yi Wu glanced at Qin Feng. Take me to the palace. I want to see the little princess, Qin Feng said. Yi Wu looked at him in surprise and asked, Didn't you just meet yesterday? I've encountered some difficulties in my cultivation, so I need some special herbs, Qin Feng said. What herbs do you need? Show me. Qin Feng handed an envelope full of herbs to Yi Wu. She opened it and frowned. These herbs are very expensive. I've only heard of some of them. Why are you looking for these herbs? To refine pills? Qin Feng shook his head and answered vaguely. Then, he said seriously, These herbs are very important to me. Tell her that as long as she can gather these herbs, she can reduce the payment she owes me by half. After a pause, Qin Feng looked at Yi Wu and said, If you can provide some of the herbs on the list, I'll give you the corresponding payment. All right, you can go back first. I'll tell Huan Huan about this. Please. Qin Feng thanked her and left the Yi family. With the help of the Song family, Yi Wu, and the little princess, he could only give up temporarily if he still could not gather the herbs for the Bodhisattva divine pulp. The Song family was very efficient. In just 2 days, they had gathered most of the herbs on the paper. Chapter 501. The secret pavilion opens 3 days, passed in the blink of an eye. When the 4th day arrived, the peaceful Great Yin City gradually became lively again. Everyone knew that today was the day that the secret pavilion would open once every 50 years. Opening once every 50 years was undoubtedly an extremely important day for the people of Great Yin City. This was especially true for the clans that could enter the secret pavilion to temper themselves. Entering the secret pavilion was equivalent to being baptized, broadening one's path and increasing one's future achievements. This was rather important for the development of any clan. The quality of the young disciples was directly related to the future development of clan. On this day, the 7 great clans and factions that had the qualifications to enter the secret pavilion had all arrived at the secret sacred mountain. The secret sacred mountain was located 50 miles south of Great Yin City. It was an important place in the Great Yin Empire and also where the secret pavilion was located. By the time Qin Feng and the rest arrived, the place was already packed with people. The various factions were clearly divided. Although only the Imperial clan and 7 other clans could enter the secret pavilion, it only opened once every 50 years. Many factions and clans wanted to witness it, even if they did not have the qualifications to enter. Hence, apart from the majority of the factions and clans in Great Yin City, there were also many people from outside the city. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on a huge boulder. His eyes were closed as he adjusted his state of mind. The other experts were also quietly waiting for the arrival of the final moment. However, many of their faces were filled with excitement and intense anticipation. Time slowly passed under their eager anticipation. The sun in the sky gradually moved to the middle of the sky. Slightly hot rays of light scattered down from the distant sky, warming everyone's bodies. The seal of the secret pavilion is about to fade. No one knew who said this, but a commotion suddenly broke out in the quiet and spacious area. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement as they stared at the sky. An energy barrier that looked like a giant overturned bowl had suddenly appeared there. Rune light continuously flickered as the crowd's eyes gradually heated up. The energy barrier that covered the entire Tianji Saint Mountain slowly emitted a powerful energy ripple that caused one to feel shocked in front of countless fiery, hot, expectant gazes. Under this ripple, the originally faint light lines on the energy barrier brightened for an instant, after which they slowly faded away. As the light on the seal gradually faded, an illusory pavilion appeared. It sat in the air, and in the distorted space, it appeared very illusory, like a mirage. However, there was an ancient aura that covered his face. The seal is fading. The pavilion of divination is about to open. Cries of surprise and joy spread out in an instant. The entire space had turned fiery in an instant. A black sea of people surged, desperately trying to squeeze their way to the front. As the seal faded, Qin Feng looked at the huge pavilion in amazement. His heart was filled with amazement. It was said that the pavilion of heavenly secrets had been left behind by an expert in ancient times. He had sealed it here, and the seal would weaken every 50 years. Even after such a long time, the energy fluctuations on the seal were still so terrifying. From this, one could see just how vast and terrifying the strength of that expert in ancient times was. The seal that enveloped the secret sacred mountain gradually faded to its lowest point. Then, the faint runes stopped. Qin Feng could not help but be taken aback when he saw this. He asked, "The power of the seal seems to have stopped. This seal is the pavilion of divination's final line of defense. It will only fade at a certain point in time, but will not truly disappear." Song Yuan glanced at Qin Feng and softly said, "Now, we need those older generation experts to work together to open the seal." Qin Feng nodded and did not say anything else. He stared at the seal that had faded to the extreme. At this time, some of the more powerful older generation experts opened their eyes and looked at the huge energy barrier. Figures rose into the sky one after another. Tyrannical and vigorous spiritual energy fluctuations were emitted from the figures that were not very tall. With so many spiritual energy fluctuations superimposed on each other, it caused a commotion in the crowd before they even made a move. Many people were unable to withstand this pressure and retreated one after another. Qin Feng also followed the trend and retreated a distance. His eyes were filled with amazement. These should be experts who had reached several layers of the heavenly realm. This kind of momentum was not something that Yi Wu, who was also at the 9th layer of the heavenly realm, could compare to. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the dozen figures standing in the air did not delay and bombarded the fading seal with powerful attacks. Bang, bang, bang. In a split second, gales blew as spiritual energy waves wreaked havoc one after another. Various kinds of brilliance flickered as the entire earth seemed to tremble. Multicolored and dazzling rays of light flashed as the spiritual energy pressure accompanied by the raging spiritual energy waves swept out. Immediately, it shook the chests of those who were slightly closer to it. Their faces turned pale as they hurriedly retreated a distance away. After the first wave of attacks ended, the raging spiritual energy waves also slowly subsided. When everyone looked at the seal, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even with so many 9th layer heavenly realm experts attacking, the seal still could not be opened. Just how strong was this seal? Moreover, this was when the seal's power was at its weakest. If it was at its peak, it was simply unimaginable. It was definitely not something that could be broken by human strength. The fact that the seal was not broken surprised some of the experts who attacked, but they quickly launched a second wave of attacks. Extremely ferocious waves of attacks came again. They heavily bombarded the seal, causing violent ripples to appear on the seal. However, it still did not break. Nearly 10 more figures rose into the sky, and majestic spiritual energy spread out. Qinfeng looked at this scene and could not help but smack his lips. This seal was really powerful. Even with so many masters, when it was at its weakest, they still could not break it. More than 29th layer Heavenly Realm Masters attacked without holding back, causing the spiritual energy in the sky to erupt and pour down like raindrops. The kind of power directly cut open many ghastly cracks on the ground. This was just the aftermath of the overflowing spiritual energy, yet it was already so terrifying. Countless people retreated with faces full of shock, looking at the land that was in a mess due to the impact of the spiritual energy. All of them swallowed their saliva with lingering fear. Damn it, if anyone was a step slower and was hit by the spiritual energy raindrops, they would definitely die. Under the fierce bombardment of so many masters, the seal shook violently. The ripples on the light barrier were like boiling water, violently spreading in all directions. Finally, under the next attack, the seal reached its limit and shattered with a bang. The true form of the heavenly secret pavilion appeared before everyone's eyes. At the same time, an ancient and desolate aura rushed out like a wave. The heavenly secret pavilion has opened. Countless wild, joyous roars suddenly resounded across this spacious area when they saw the appearance of the heavenly mystery pavilion. Soon after, the eyes of countless people became fiery hot. Even their breathing had become a lot more hurried. Of course, most of them were not qualified to enter. Bang! Chapter 502. Grading Mysterious Heavenly Steel. Oh my god, what's going on? Why is the mysterious heavenly steel here? It shouldn't be. How long has it been? Why is the mysterious heavenly steel here? Everyone was stunned. Even the older generation experts stared in shock at the giant steel that had descended from the sky and blocked the mysterious heavenly pavilion's entrance. Qinfeng was surprised by the reactions of the people around him. He asked, "What's going on?" "This is the mysterious heavenly steel. It's used to filter out the ranks of those who enter the mysterious heavenly pavilion," Song Su explained with a look of surprise on his face. Qinfeng was taken aback. If one's rank isn't high enough, one can't enter the mysterious heavenly pavilion. That's not the case. Song Su shook his head and said, "In the past, most people who entered the mysterious heavenly pavilion enjoyed the baptism of the exotic desolate spirit chi equally. However, with the appearance of the mysterious heavenly steel, it's equivalent to dividing the exotic desolate spirit chi into two ranks, heaven and earth. Similarly, the mysterious heavenly steel will also test the ranks of those who enter the mysterious heavenly pavilion. It's also divided into heaven and earth, which correspond to the heaven and earth levels of the mysterious heavenly pavilion. However, it's obvious that there's a huge difference between the heaven and earth levels of the exotic desolate spirit chi. This also means that the baptism of the exotic desolate spirit chi this time is no longer fair. Simply put, the exotic desolate spirit chi on the first and second levels of the mysterious heavenly pavilion used to be divided equally. However, after the heaven and earth levels were divided, it became heaven 6, earth 4, or even heaven 7 and earth 3. Hearing this, Qinfeng secretly nodded. So there was such a thing. However, the appearance of the mysterious heavenly steel this time seems a little strange, Song Yuan said with a frown. What do you mean? Although the mysterious heavenly pavilion opens once every 50 years, the Great Yin Empire has been established for so many years. The number of times the mysterious heavenly pavilion has opened is far from enough. However, until now, the mysterious heavenly steel has only appeared 3 times during the opening of the mysterious heavenly pavilion. Our predecessors have analyzed and deduced that the mysterious heavenly steel should appear once every 20 to 30 years. However, it's only been 200 years since the last time the mysterious heavenly steel appeared, Song Yuan said as she shook her head. Although I don't understand, this is an enormous opportunity for us. Song Su smiled and said, In the past, the exotic, desolate spiritual chi was evenly distributed, so the strong and the weak received the same baptism. But now, there are different levels. Those who are stronger will admit that they can obtain more exotic, desolate spirit chi. Qin Feng nodded slightly when he heard this. He felt that this was a fair distribution. Only those who were capable would get it. The families and forces that had obtained the Tianji token could send 10 disciples into the Tianji pavilion. This also caused the strength of the nearly 100 people to be uneven. He believed that based on strength, the stronger one was, the more they would get. With regards to the appearance of the mysterious heavenly divine steel, there were naturally some who were happy and some who were worried. This was especially true for those who were weak. They all had bitter expressions on their faces. This was equivalent to sharing a portion of their fortune with others. Anyone who encountered such a situation would feel heartache. Buzz. The Tianji divine steel vibrated and a ripple spread out from the steel. The 8 Tianji tokens shone brightly and enveloped the 10 disciples. At the same time, the ripples spread out. The moment they came into contact with each other, a method of using an ordinary battle skill appeared in their minds. Desolate Fist? What's this? Qin Feng was surprised. The Tianji divine steel actually gave out a battle skill. However, this battle skill was very ordinary. It was at the mid-high rank. This is the only fair part. Those who participate in the test can only use the Desolate Fist to strike the Tianji divine steel. Usually, those who score above 7 points will be considered heaven grade, Song Yuan said. Qin Feng nodded slightly when he heard this. This way, some experts could not use their ultimate moves. Indeed, this was a kind of fairness. Obviously, everyone knew about this. After obtaining the method of using the Desolate Fist, everyone was digesting it. 10 minutes later, a young man walked up with anticipation. He mobilized all the strength in his body and used the Desolate Fist. Then, he heavily struck the Tianji divine steel. The divine steel shone brightly, and 6 small stars lit up. 6 points. The young man was stunned, and his face flushed red. Being able to score 6 points with the strength of a small heaven realm late stage is already not bad. The elder of the family comforted with a smile. Next, those who were qualified to enter the Tianji pavilion went up to be tested one by one. However, most of them scored 6 points. Only those who were half a step into the 9th stage heaven realm could score 7 points. It can't be. Even Zhou Xuanwu and Li Hin can only score 7 points? Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the test of the Tianji divine steel to be so strict. Zhou Xuanwu, Li Hin, Mo Sun, and the others were much stronger than ordinary half a step into the 9th stage heaven realm. However, they could only score 7 points. It was obvious how difficult it was to score 8 points. It's not easy to score points on the Tianji divine steel. Qin Feng chuckled as he looked at Song Su, who had also scored 7 points and was shaking his head in disappointment. 7 points is already a high score. Since ancient times, there have been very few who scored 8 points. Song Yuan shook her head and said, according to the records, there were only 4 people who scored 8 points when the Tianji divine steel appeared. Among us, I reckon that other than Yi Wu and Xiao and I, no one else can score 8 points. Qin Feng rubbed his chin and pondered for a while before asking, what's the highest score? 10 points, Song Yuan replied. Then, she looked at Qin Feng and said in a strange tone, you can't be thinking of scoring full points, right? Let me tell you, it's best not to have such thoughts. Since ancient times, no one has ever scored full points. Not even 9 points. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. He was just asking casually. Even someone like Yi Wu could only score 8 points. He did not even dare to think about 10 points. If even Yi Wu can't score, I don't have such thoughts. You can't say that. After hearing the conversation between the two, Song Su shook his head and said, the Tianji divine steel is more of a test of talent. Although Yi Wu is strong, the Tianji pavilion limits her strength. She can only use half a step into the 9th stage heaven realm. Heavens, it was almost 8 points. While they were talking, someone suddenly exclaimed. AI Tianxing had made his move. 7 small stars lit up on the Tianji divine steel. Then, more light gathered, but it was a pity that it was not completely condensed. Looks like Yi Wu and Xiao and I are the only ones who can win. Many people shook their heads regretfully. Apart from these two people, Yi Qianxing was one of the top few people here, but he only managed to score 7 points. Next, Yu Lei, Zhuang Hu, Lu Yin, and the other young masters of the royal family went up one after another. The situation was as expected. No one could score 8 points. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Suddenly, everyone's gaze was focused on the Tianji divine steel. Small stars lit up one after another. Soon, there were 7 stars. Then, after the 7th star, more light gathered. As time passed, the 8th star gradually became stronger and brighter. Finally, it was as bright as a star. Chapter 503. Qin Feng makes a move, the Zhou family's Yuan spirit body. Heavens, she actually scored 8 points. When the crowd saw who had made a move, they were all stunned. Clearly, they did not expect Zhou Mo to score 8 points. One had to know that even AI, Tianxing, Luin, and the others had only scored 7 points. In the Zhou family's area, the patriarch, Zhou Yuan, had a gratified smile on his face. Although 8 points and 7 points were the same, both were heaven-grade evaluations. There was a qualitative difference between 7 and 8 points. In a sense, this was a kind of lead in potential. The higher the score, the stronger the talent and the greater the potential in the future. The Zhou family has produced an amazing junior. Since ancient times, the number of people who have scored 8 points can be counted on one hand. Every one of them is a dragon or phoenix among men. In the future, they will definitely become giants with limitless achievements. The group sighed and then shook their heads in disappointment. Although the difference between 8 and 7 points was only 1 point, there was a world of difference. This little girl is quite powerful. Song Yuan, Song Su, and the others were also shocked. In Great Yin City, other than the Yi family that did not care about rankings, only the Zhou family had someone who scored 8 points. In a sense, this was also a kind of lead. Did she use the power of the demonic eye? Qin Feng thought to himself. Others might not know, but he knew that Zhou Mo had used the power of the demonic eye. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to score such a high score. His eyes were slightly burning. To be honest, he was very envious of Zhou Mo's method. After all, he could not control the power of the demonic eye. Zhou Mo did not have much of an expression on her face. She was very calm as she looked at the 8 stars. Her jade-like little fist that was pressed against the mysterious, heavenly divine steel trembled slightly. There was an extremely faint black air current surging. At the same time, an even more powerful force erupted from her body. However, that force quickly subsided. Zhou Mo secretly shook her head and softly muttered, 9 and 8 points are not much of a reward. There is no need to work so hard. Why? Have you given up? Qin Feng was surprised. Others might not be able to sense it, but as the owner of the demonic eye, he was all too familiar with this kind of power. Just now, he clearly felt that there was an even stronger power in Zhou Mo's body, but in the end, that power faded away. If that power were to explode, Qin Feng believed that Zhou Mo would be able to score 9 points. 7 points and above is a heaven rank evaluation, so it doesn't matter how high the score is. Qin Feng asked. This should be the reason why Zhou Mo gave up in the end. That should be the case. In any case, aside from being in the limelight, there's no difference between an 8 and a 7. As long as he can be evaluated as a heaven rank, it's fine. Song Yuan nodded. Brat, don't think like that. The Heavenly Mystery Divine Steel and the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion are of the same origin and have a deep connection. It's impossible for the grading system to be limited to heaven and earth grade. In other words, it's not just a general evaluation. The demon, I suddenly said. Qin Feng was startled and asked in his heart, Old devil, speak clearly. Above 7 points is the heaven rank, and below 7 points is the earth rank. Since that's the case, why make it so troublesome? Back then, when this divine Tao steel was created, it was just a heaven rank evaluation. Since there are 8 points, 9 points, and full points, there's naturally a special purpose. The demon I said. Hearing this, Qin Feng secretly nodded his head, then shook his head and muttered, "But there was once someone who scored 8 points, and they did not obtain any additional benefits from the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. Maybe it's because I didn't touch on some kind of authority. Normally, this kind of setting wouldn't just be a simple evaluation of the heaven rank." After pausing for a moment, the demon I said, "When the time comes, use all your strength and try your best to score 9 points, or even full points." Hearing this, Qin Feng praised his shoulders. "Old devil, you think too highly of me. Zhou Mo only has the qualifications to hit 9 points because he used the power of the demon eye. If you don't make a move with my strength alone, it would be pretty good to score 8 points." "You want me to make a move?" The demon eye sneered. Having been exposed, Qin Feng did not blush at all, saying, "If what you said is true, the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion should have a special reward for scoring 9 points, or even full points. We can't let go of this opportunity. Don't count on me. My strength hasn't recovered yet." The demon I directly refused. Qin Feng frowned and said, "It's been so long, and you still haven't recovered. I was originally in a crippled state, and my recovery ability can't compare to yours. Without a year or so, it's impossible for me to recover my strength." The demon I said, "Whether or not you can gain something from the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion this time will depend on your own ability." Qin Feng slowly frowned. To be honest, the demon eye's words had aroused the desire in his heart. Originally, he only needed to score 7 points, but now, he longed to score even higher. But without the demon eye's help, he had no confidence. With only his strength, no one present could score 9 points. He himself did not have the slightest confidence. As a figure stepped forward, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Edance was about to make her move. She stood in front of the Heavenly Mystery Divine Steel, took a deep breath, and used the Desolate Fist. Then, she fiercely bombarded the Heavenly Mystery Divine Steel. In an instant, a wave of air swept out. In an instant, 8 stars lit up. This shocked everyone. 8 stars lit up at once. This was something that no one had been able to do before. Although they were all using the strength of a half-step 9th-level heavenly realm, the difference between them was obvious. After 8 stars appeared under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the light slowly gathered. Whether or not someone could break the previous record and achieve 9 points would depend on Yiwu. If she couldn't do it, then it would be even more impossible for others. But unfortunately, under everyone's gaze, the 9th light flickered a few times and then extinguished. Seeing this, Edance helplessly bit her lips. It was too difficult to score 9 points. Almost scored 9 points. My wife is already very strong. Xiao and I laughed and walked forward. However, his situation was similar to Edance's. He could not score 9 points either. 8 points. This is really amazing. The two of you will definitely be dragons and phoenixes among men in the future. The crowd sighed. "It's your turn, big brother Qin Feng." Song Shui raised her small fist at Qin Feng and said, "Do your best, big brother Qin Feng. You will definitely score 9 points." Qin Feng smiled bitterly and secretly shook his head. He walked to the front of the Heavenly Mystery Divine Steel. Everyone also hurriedly cast their gazes over. After all, this was a person who had once fought with Xiao and I without showing any signs of losing. Although it was because Xiao and I didn't like to bully the weak and deliberately suppressed his strength, it couldn't be denied that Qin Feng could fight with Xiao and I for so long, which was enough to prove his strength. Perhaps he was already a level higher than Yi Tianxing and the others. His test naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, most people did not have much hope and thought that 8 points would be the best. Standing in front of the Heavenly Mystery Divine Steel, Qin Feng took a deep breath. His 5 fingers clenched and his arms suddenly straightened. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and his physical strength was constantly drawn out as he circulated the Desolate Fist. Bang! Chapter 504. going all out following a loud explosion. Countless people immediately cast their gazes over. They were all looking forward to how many points Qin Feng would be able to get. I reckon that he's likely to score 8 points. Are you kidding me? AI Tianxing and Luan only got 7 points. He is not much stronger than the other two. How can he get 8 points? How is it impossible? Don't forget, he is someone who fought with Xiao and I. At that time, he was seriously injured to create an opportunity for Zhou and Mo to win. That's right. The son-in-law of the Song family is indeed impressive. Even the little princess looks at him differently. I dare to bet that he will get 8 points. Everyone whispered to each other. However, most of them thought highly of Qin Feng and thought that he had a high chance of getting 8 points. Of course, that was all. Under the gazes of the crowd, 8 stars lit up on the mysterious heavenly divine steel as Qin Feng's fist landed. There was no pause at all. It was the same as Yi Wu and Xiao and I. Everyone was shocked by Qin Feng's result. Although they thought that Qin Feng might get 8 points, it seemed like it was very difficult for him to do so, just like Zhou and Mo. And looking at him, it was clear that he could easily achieve 8 points. With a single punch, 8 stars lit up. What is he doing? It can't be. He wants to get 9 stars. Seeing that Qin Feng did not retract his strength, many people were puzzled. Then, they thought of something and secretly shook their heads. This guy is really reckless. Although his strength is not bad, how can he get 9 points? Overconfidence is conceit. Some people were impressed, while others sneered. They thought that Qin Feng was overestimating himself. Even Yi Wu and Xiao and I could not do it. They did not think that anyone in the younger generation in Great Yin City could do it. Of course, this included Qin Feng. This guy is really not satisfied with 8 points. On the Song family's side, Song Su, Song Yuan, and the others were also stunned. Earlier, Qin Feng had asked them about the points. They didn't expect him to really have such a plan. Spiritual energy continuously gathered on his arm. Then, through the circulation of the desolate fist, he struck the mysterious heavenly divine steel. The 8 stars shone brightly, but that was all. After the 8th star, there was no movement. Qin Feng frowned slightly. It was no wonder that no one had ever been able to hit 9 points. The desolate fist was just a simple battle technique. Anyone with a bit of strength could easily execute it. Those who were qualified to participate in the test of the mysterious heavenly divine steel were at least minor heaven stage experts. However, they only used the desolate fist, which did not have much power. This meant that only those who had reached the 9th stage of heaven stage could rely on their abundant spiritual energy to achieve 9 points. Otherwise, it was impossible. Yi Wu was a true 9th stage heavenly realm cultivator, and Xiao and I was suspected to have entered this realm as well. Although he could only use the strength of a half-step 9th stage heavenly realm cultivator, he was still someone who had surpassed this realm, so he was naturally stronger than others. But even so, it was difficult for them to hit 9 points, especially after Qin Feng tried it. He came to the conclusion that without a 9th stage heaven stage spiritual energy, it was impossible to hit 9 points with the desolate fist. This had nothing to do with whether the desolate fist could be executed to the extreme. It was only related to the strength of one's spiritual energy. If one's spiritual energy was insufficient, it was impossible to hit 9 points. However, the mysterious heavenly divine steel's test had a strength limit. The strongest could only be a half-step 9th stage heavenly realm cultivator. Therefore, in the past, no one had ever hit 9 points. It was not that one's strength was lacking, but that the mysterious heavenly divine steel did not have 9 points. Old devil, the mysterious heavenly divine steel suppression is so ruthless. There is no 9 points at all. Qin Feng sighed. Are you sure you have used your strength to the limit? The demon I asked. I can only use the desolate fist. I can't use any other moves. Qin Feng was helpless. If he could use his strongest moves, let alone 8 points, even 9 points would be easy. Indeed, the mysterious heavenly divine steel limits one's spiritual energy, but does not limit one's physical strength. You can only use your spiritual energy to execute the desolate fist. Why don't you add your physical strength? I've already used it, but it's useless. Are you sure this is your strongest strength after executing the Desolate Fist? The demon, I pause for a moment before continuing. Don't just limit yourself to using the Desolate Fist. You have to think about how to use the Desolate Fist as a foundation and gather all your strength. As long as you don't destroy the foundation of the Desolate Fist and imbue your physical strength, it won't be considered a violation of the rules. Secondly, even if you violate the rules, the ninth star will not appear on the mysterious heavenly divine steel. Kid, this test is only a simple test for those who are only limited by their scores. However, for those who are trying to break the limit, this is a gift from the mysterious heavenly pavilion. Only by daring to surpass what others think is impossible will you have the qualifications to have more than others. If you think that using the Desolate Fist and the restriction of your spiritual energy makes it impossible for you to achieve 9 points, then you are just an ordinary person among the masses. This is also the reason why the mysterious heavenly divine steel set up such a test. What qualifications does a mediocre person have to ask for more? The demon eye said in a deep voice. Hearing the demon eye's words, Qin Feng nodded his head slightly. He slowly closed his eyes, and the flesh on his body began to vibrate. Every piece of his flesh was glowing. His blood surged, and bits of chaotic light seeped out from his flesh. The desolate combat body was a physical defense method. However, if he could convert this defensive power into offensive power, it would greatly increase his offensive power. Of course, it was quite difficult to achieve this. At the very least, Qin Feng had never truly tested it before. Damn it, I'll go all out. Qin Feng clenched his teeth. The chaotic light seeping out from his flesh gathered on his arm. It could be seen that his right arm was wrapped in chaotic light. Furthermore, as he continued to strengthen his control, the chaotic light gradually faded away. This was not truly fading away, but condensing on his fist. Bang! Suddenly, the mysterious heavenly divine steel vibrated. An even stronger force blasted out from Qin Feng's fist. Everyone's gaze suddenly focused as they stared at the ninth star. There, a light was faintly flickering. Heavens, how is this possible? This guy can achieve 9 points? Looking at the ninth star that was slowly lighting up, everyone was extremely shocked. According to the brightness of the star, Qin Feng could really achieve 9 points. Under countless gazes, the ninth star finally lit up completely. It was so dazzling that it caused everyone's eyes to feel a piercing pain. It's still not enough. Your strength has not reached its limit. The demon eye's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feng took a deep breath and formed a seal with one hand. On his chest, a worm-like pattern slowly wriggled. On his fist, a sharp light was emitted. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 505. No one has ever done it in the field. Everyone was dumbfounded as they stared dumbfoundedly at the ninth star. Their hearts were in turmoil. How is this possible? Since ancient times, no one had ever been able to score 9 points. 8 points was already the limit. Qin Feng was only at the small heaven late stage. So how could he possibly score a score that even those half-step 9th stage heavenly realm masters couldn't? Even many of the older generation's masters were shocked. 9 points was something that had never been done before. Although there were rumors that someone had scored 9 points thousands of years ago, too much time had passed, and there were no real records of it, so it couldn't be considered real. But now, a genuine 9 points had been placed in front of them, shocking them. A 9 points had broken the previous record. There was no doubt that this person's achievements would be unimaginable. The Song family, Zhou family, Mo family, and other young elites who had competed with Qin Feng before all wore complicated expressions. Originally, they had thought that they could compete with Qin Feng, but they hadn't expected that after using all their strength, they would only score 7 points. Yet, Qin Feng had surpassed them by 2 points, creating a new record. This guy, he's getting more and more interesting. The shock on Xiao Ni's face slowly faded as he gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. Iwu's expression was also filled with shock. Obviously, she had never thought that Qin Feng would be able to score 9 points. With her understanding of Qin Feng, scoring 8 points was normal, but she had never thought that Qin Feng would not only score 8 points, but also break the record by scoring 9 points. Although 8 points and 9 points seemed like a thin line, the gap between them was much bigger than 7 or 8 points. Even if Xiao Ni had suppressed his strength, he was still far stronger than Ai, Tianqing, and the others. But even so, her score was the same as theirs, 8 points. So in her opinion, it was impossible to score 9 points with only half-step 9th stage Heavenly Realm Spirit Qi. But now, her belief had been ruthlessly shattered by Qin Feng. He let her know that nothing was certain. The key was how much effort you were willing to put in. That guy really got off easy, she muttered. Her tone was sour because she was unwilling to admit defeat and wanted to compete with him. Oh my God, you're even better than Sister Wu and Dazed Goose. Huangfu Huanhuan's eyes were wide open and her mouth was wide open as if she had seen a ghost. Qin Feng actually scored 9 points, which shocked her. Damn it, why is there a mysterious heavenly divine steel? She cursed softly. She had originally wanted to ask Qin Feng to help her in the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, but now that the Heavenly Mystery Divine Steel had appeared, with her strength, she would not be able to enter the second level of the Heavenly Mystery Divine Steel. Even if she was the little princess of the Imperial family, it was useless. The Heavenly Mystery Divine Steel would not give anyone face. Because of this, her little plan was completely ruined. It was easy to imagine how depressed she was, especially since Qin Feng's performance was so amazing. In her opinion, he would definitely obtain more than others in the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. She, who should have gotten a share of the pie, had no fate with her because of the appearance of the mysterious Heavenly Mystery Divine Steel. Beside Huangfu Huanhuan, the eldest princess, Huangfu Yao, was also shocked by this score. After all, no one had ever scored 9 points. Royal Father's eyes are still sharp. She sighed softly as her alluring eyes flickered. Won't there be any rewards for scoring 9 points? Someone said. Everyone was stunned. Some people had thought of this before, but there had never been an additional reward for scoring 9 points, so no one had thought much about it. But now, Qin Feng had scored a score that surpassed the record. Everyone was very concerned about whether there would be an additional reward for scoring such a high score. What is he doing? Seeing that Qin Feng showed no signs of stopping, everyone was surprised. In their opinion, this should be the end. He had already set a new record. However, his serious expression, coupled with the fact that the spiritual power surging around him showed no signs of stopping, everyone was stunned. What was Qin Feng doing? Soon, an extremely absurd thought appeared in everyone's mind, causing their hearts to tremble uncontrollably. This guy isn't satisfied with 9 points. He wants to score even higher. His goal is 10 points. Heavens, this guy has gone crazy. An uproar broke out in the surroundings. Everyone looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. They felt a chill run down their spines when they saw his ambition. Full marks, that was a legendary score. Even scoring 9 points was an extravagant hope for them. So how could they possibly think of scoring full marks? That was completely unrealistic and too illusory. Just think about it. 9 points was already an unattainable score. Wasn't 10 points an illusory existence? Who still dared to think about it? Everyone stared at Qin Feng. After a moment, their gazes shifted to the 10th star behind the 9th shining star. They didn't dare to blink, afraid that they would miss the moment of witnessing a miracle. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Feng's face was covered in sweat. The veins on his temples were squirming, and his arms were trembling violently. Obviously, opening the gate of life under such circumstances was not a small burden for him. However, for the legendary additional reward from the Divine Mystery Pavilion that had never appeared before, he could only give it his all. Zhou, Tianqing's death scripture. Qin Feng's voice was hoarse and low. At the tip of his fist, energy swallowed out, and the seal in his hand suddenly changed. Gate of life open. In an instant, his fist seemed to have increased in size. An extremely terrifying gust of wind coiled around his fist. At this instant, Qin Feng's fist didn't move in the slightest, but there was a faint sound of sonic booms ringing out. That was the sound of energy being compressed to the extreme. The air could no longer bear it and exploded. With a whoosh, Qin Feng's face flushed red. There was a sweet taste in his throat, and a gush of blood rushed up. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood back. With a fierce look in his eyes, he pushed his fist forward. An even more powerful force suddenly erupted like a volcano, gushing out like a flood from a broken dam. Visible to the naked eye, a wave of air spread out from the point of contact between his fist and the divine tablet, causing the void to ripple. On the 10th star, a faint spiritual light condensed, like a small flame burning slowly. Countless people stared at it without blinking, holding their breaths. Under their gazes, the 10th star slowly lit up, and the light gradually expanded, like a candle that had just been lit. However, it seemed that was all. The flame did not continue to grow, and the light flickered, flickering unsteadily. Go for it. This is an unprecedented feat. Many people were cheering for Qin Feng. Their faces were flushed with excitement, as if this feat that would shock the entire Great Yin Empire was their doing. It's still not enough. Give me more strength. Qin Feng roared in a low voice. His eyes were bloodshot. Splat! A ray of blood spurted out from his fist. His fist was instantly covered in blood, and his bones were exposed. That was the result of his physical body withstanding more energy than it could bear. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, and the bright red blood seemed to have dyed his eyes red. The life and death cycle circulated rapidly, and with a muffled sound, another large wound appeared on his fist. Chapter 506. Explosive increase in physical strength on the mysterious heavenly steel. 10 dazzling rays of light shone like the stars in the universe. The 10th ray of light was especially dazzling, so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. It was like a small sun rising. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the 10th star, and they were extremely shocked. Qin Feng had really done it. He had broken the record and surpassed the limit. Although no one dared to say that no one would be able to do it in the future, it was definitely unprecedented. This scene would definitely be recorded in the annals of history. Suddenly, a shocked voice rang out. Everyone immediately shifted their attention to Qin Feng. Then, everyone's hearts violently shrank. They looked in front of them in shock. After Qin Feng roared to the sky, his body suddenly staggered backward. What's going on? Iwu's pretty eyes abruptly widened at this moment. Immediately, shock surged onto her face. This was because she was the closest to Qin Feng. Hence, she was able to discover that numerous ferocious bloody wounds had appeared on Qin Feng's body at this moment. Fresh blood splattered. Intense pain surged crazily, almost drowning Qin Feng's rationality. However, he firmly stabilized his body and did not fall down amidst his crazy roars. Damn it, I was too reckless. The terrifying pain of his flesh and bones almost being crushed eroded Qin Feng's mind, and only a trace of clarity remained. He regretted being so reckless. With the current quality of his physical body, it was not enough for him to completely open the gate of life. However, just now, when he looked at the flickering 10th star, he seemed to have lost his rationality. He only wanted to use all means possible to make that star light up. Under such circumstances, he abandoned everything and only had that star in his eyes. He unleashed the power of the gate of life to the extreme and seemed to have touched the second gate, the gate of mystery. In the end, he succeeded, but his body was destroyed. The powerful backlash of the gate of life and the gate of mystery shattered his organs, heart, and bones. At this moment, Qin Feng tasted the taste of death and also experienced the horror of forbidden arts. Once he could not withstand it, he would die, just like he was now. Countless gasps rang out in the area as they stared in shock at this scene. Iwu's pretty face changed drastically. She saw that Qin Feng's body did not stop after it split open. Instead, it exploded with a loud bang, blood splattering everywhere. His body exploded. Boom! when fresh blood spluttered out from the front of the mysterious heavenly divine tablet. Everyone in the area seemed to freeze at this moment. Rich shock surged out from deep within their eyes. No one would have thought that Qin Feng would actually be crazy to such an extent. In order to get full marks, he even exploded his own body. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva as they silently sighed. How could there be someone who could obtain full marks? Even if there was such a person, it was at the cost of his life. They could already see the scene of Qin Feng exploding into pieces. Amidst the shocked cries that filled the sky, Yi Wu, who was the closest to Qin Feng, was also watching this scene with a slightly pale face. Blood splattered in front of her eyes. She absent-mindedly looked at the figure that seemed to be about to be destroyed amidst the blood splattering. Her heart immediately sank. She did not expect Qin Feng to fight to such an extent, even at the cost of his own life. She really could not understand. Some of the older generation experts were also frightened by this scene. However, they were after all experts who had experienced the world. They immediately recovered and took action, trying to stop Qin Feng's body from shattering. That way, they might still have a chance to survive. However, just as they were about to act, they saw the figure that was slowly collapsing in front of the mysterious heavenly divine steel suddenly stop his falling body. Qin Feng knelt on one knee and suddenly howled toward the sky. His howl was filled with pain. However, within that pain, there was a moving determination and perseverance. Even though his body was a bloody mess, and even his bones were clearly visible, and more than half of his physical body had exploded, he still persisted. However, even at such a moment, he still persisted and forcefully stopped his body from exploding. He wanted to forcefully turn the situation around and resist the backlash. He was unwilling to die just like that. That beast-like howl reverberated in everyone's ears. Everyone stared in shock at the figure in front of the mysterious heavenly divine steel, where more than half of his physical body had exploded. Even though he was bathed in blood, he still howled towards the sky. His back and his posture of roaring while bathed in blood, not to mention Yi Wu, Zhou Imo, Xiao and I, and the rest, even the older generation experts were shocked. The powerful tenacity that Qin Feng had displayed made their hearts tremble. So damn fierce. Xiao and I was dumbfounded. Soon after, he could not help but give a thumbs up. He knew that if he was in Qin Feng's shoes, he would not be as crazy as Qin Feng. The howl reverberated in the heavens and earth, attracting everyone's attention. At this moment, the mysterious heavenly divine steel suddenly vibrated. Extremely bright light swept out and wrapped around Qin Feng. The golden light surged, as if it was filled with liquid. If one took a closer look, they would realize that it was an extremely rich, dark, golden, spiritual energy. The purity of the spiritual energy shocked countless people, especially those who had entered the spiritual river. The purity of the spiritual energy could not be compared to the spiritual river. Dark, golden, spiritual energy surged like a storm, cleansing Qin Feng's broken body that was on the verge of destruction. Layers of dark golden color constantly covered his body. The broken parts of his body were actually growing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Looking from afar, Qin Feng looked like a golden arhat. Vaguely, there was an ancient pressure being emitted from his body. What is going on? Everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at this sudden change. After which, their exclamations were covered by dense envy because they knew exactly what kind of benefits Qin Feng had obtained. This kid's luck is too good. Many people's eyes turned red with envy. So this is the additional reward from the mysterious heavenly pavilion. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Qin Feng's body rapidly recovered. At the same time as his flesh was healing, a dark golden color also fused into it, causing his physical body to become even more terrifying. Qin Feng's tightly shut eyes were also slowly opened at this moment. Those originally pitch-black eyes had actually turned into a golden color at this moment. They were extremely majestic and caused one to feel suffocated. The golden pupils lasted for a while before it began to fade. Qin Feng was also a little dazed as he looked down at his unscathed body and slowly clench his fists. He could feel the terrifying power surging in his body. Not only were his injuries completely healed, but his physical strength had also increased by a large margin. This was a qualitative leap. According to his estimate, even if he did not use spiritual energy, he could fight against a half-step 9th stage heavenly realm with just his physical strength alone. It seems that my gamble paid off this time. Qin Feng smiled with relief. There was nothing better than a large increase in physical strength as a reward. However, just as he was thinking this, the demon eye smiled and said, "The real good stuff is yet to come." Qin Feng was taken aback. Just as he was about to ask, he felt something heavy in his hand. Raising his eyebrows slightly, he caught a glimpse of a wooden chopstick and quickly put it away without hesitation. Chapter 507. Targeted. The dark golden light surged. There seemed to be the sound of waves surging as it leisurely reverberated across the land. This continued for nearly 5 minutes before the light gradually disappeared. Everyone's gaze was immediately directed towards the mysterious, heavenly, divine steel. The golden light gradually converged and poured into the body of a slender figure kneeling on one knee. His upper body was naked as the golden light flowed under his skin. His previously shattered body had already been repaired. Furthermore, as the golden light surged, there seemed to be a faint pressure being emitted. Countless people were envious. At the same time, they were also shocked. The current Qin Feng gave them a great pressure. Even if there was no spiritual energy fluctuation, just the aura that came from his body made them feel a great pressure. Yi Wu and Xiao Ni's gazes narrowed. At this moment, they could sense a dangerous aura from Qin Feng's body. In the past, although Qin Feng had heavily injured Yi Wu and fought with Xiao Ni, the former was due to special circumstances, while the latter suppressed his strength because he did not want to bully the weak. In fact, in their opinion, Qin Feng was not bad and was one of the top in the younger generation. However, there was still a large gap between them and him. If they were to fight, they were confident that they could easily suppress him. But now this feeling had become a lot more vague. Everything originated from Qin Feng's transformation. I never imagined that the full score would be such a reward. Looks like I have to work harder in the mysterious, desolate spiritual energy competition. If this brat catches up to me, how am I going to pursue little Wu? Xiao and I secretly said in his heart. Yi Wu glanced at Xiao and I. She could understand what this fellow was thinking from the change in his expression. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. She really couldn't do anything to this pestering, extremely narcissistic fellow who didn't learn his lesson no matter how she beat him. Wife, although we are all heaven grade, there are no precise restrictions on how to absorb the mysterious, desolate spiritual energy. Why don't we work together and directly control the mysterious, desolate spiritual energy on the second level? At that time, won't we decide how to split it? Xiao and I approached Yi Wu with a wretched smile. Yi Dance rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do you think you can control them just because you want to? There are so many people here, and you think they'll give in to you? Who dares to disagree?" Xiao and I glared and said, "Whoever disagrees, just beat them until they agree." Yi Dance was speechless. She curled her lips and said, "Don't forget the rules. Not only are there people from the royal family, but there are also the forces of the 7 great families. Do you dare to offend all of them?" If Xiao and I really dared to do that, Great Yin City would probably not be able to tolerate him. Hee, I was just joking. Xiao and I grinned and changed the topic. We naturally can't offend all the clans, but there are bound to be a few that you don't like. When the time comes, we'll teach them a lesson. Take that Song clan's son-in-law, for example. Who knows, he might have hidden other rewards from the Tianji Divine Steel. Aren't you interested? This. Yi Dance tilted her head as light surged in her eyes. Besides, we won't break the rules. We won't beat anyone up. In short, we'll just sit beside whoever we don't like. With our 9th stage strength, if we're sandwiched in the middle, we won't be able to capture the exotic, desolate spirit energy. Take Qin Feng, for example. As long as we surround him, no matter how strong he is, he won't be able to get much exotic, desolate spirit energy. When the time comes, we can use this to threaten him and force him to hand over the benefits. Xiao and I instigated dance. Her gaze paused on Qin Feng as her beautiful eyes blinked. After a moment, dance smiled gently and said, "Okay, let's do it." While he was still reveling in the joy of his body's improvement, Qin Feng suddenly sneezed. He touched his nose. Why did he sneeze? Who's insulting me? His gaze moved and soon stopped on dance and Xiao and I, and the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. The two of them glanced at him discreetly. One of them pursed her lips and smiled charmingly, while the other was grinning from ear to ear. His smile was extremely wretched. There was no doubt that these two were plotting against him. Wong Wong. Suddenly, the heavenly secret pavilion shook, and then endless brilliance swept out from it. The brilliance had two colors, purple and blue. Rays of light swept out, and every time a person was wrapped up, they would be sent back to the heavenly secret pavilion. Those who were assessed as Earth grade were enveloped in purple light and brought back to the first floor of the heavenly secret pavilion. The blue light swept up those assessed as heaven grade and returned to the second floor. Qin Feng was enveloped by the blue light and didn't have any resistance. His vision instantly became blurred, and then his vision gradually became clear. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The scene of the square tower, as he imagined, did not appear. Instead, it was a space of nothingness. There was no sky or earth. His whole body was suspended in the void, and there was no front, back, left, or right. It was as if this was a chaotic world where heaven and earth were not separated. There was no order or law. In this void, there were praying mats floating, and there was nothing else. Qin Feng was stunned. This was the heavenly secret pavilion? Where was the exotic, desolate spiritual energy? Where was the so-called fortune? If it weren't for other people nearby, he would have suspected that the heavenly secret pavilion had made a mistake. You need to sense the exotic, desolate spiritual energy. Remembering the Song clan's reminder, Qin Feng slowly closed his eyes and released his perception. Soon, he felt that the rhythm of the surrounding air was occasionally unusual. He suddenly opened his eyes and stretched out a hand. Spiritual light flickered, and he caught a ray of light that swept past him. The light flashed and turned into a thumb-sized stream of air. The purity of the stream was unimaginable. Moreover, aside from the density and purity, there was also a very strange power. As if knowing what Qin Feng was thinking, the demon eye said, "When heaven and earth first separated, the exotic, desolate spiritual energy swept through. That strange power is the exotic, desolate spiritual energy." Qin Feng nodded. He raised his eyes and glanced over. Occasionally, he could see a flash of profound light. "Qin Feng, although we can't fight here, we don't prohibit nonviolent snatching." Song Su and Song Yuan appeared beside Qin Feng. The latter reminded, "Many people may target you. We need to work together." Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have my ways. When the time comes, sit far away from me to avoid being affected." As he spoke, Qin Feng directly jumped onto a praying mat, and then motioned Song Yuan and Song Su to come over. Seeing this, the two didn't say much, and each found a praying mat to sit on. Qin Feng sat cross-legged on the praying mat. Not long after, Zhou Imo flew over and said with a smile, "Qin Feng, are you interested in doing something big?" "Haha, I couldn't ask for more." Qin Feng nodded. However, just as he finished speaking, Imo, Sun, Yulei, Lei Jiuxiao, and many others sat around him and surrounded him. Their eyes were full of mockery and sneers. "It's so lively here. I'll come and play too." With a flash of light, Xiao and I appeared beside Qin Feng and sat down. Then he smiled at Imo, Sun, and the others, whose expressions didn't change, and said, "Don't worry, I'm only interested in the son-in-law of the Song family." Huh? Everyone laughed knowingly. Although the battle in the palace had been stopped, how could Xiao and I let it go so easily? This move was probably to deal with Qin Feng. Chapter 508. Devourer in self-defense. Wu's appearance stunned these people. But they soon understood what was going on. In the finals, Iwu suffered a lot at Qin Feng's hands, and in the end, she fell for his and Zhou Mo's tricks. She was probably holding back her anger. She was just thinking about venting. Yu Lei and Mo Sun and the others laughed even more happily. With this, Qin Feng wouldn't be able to snatch a single strand of exotic desolate world energy. 2-9 stage, heavenly realms flanked him from left and right. If Qin Feng could snatch even a strand of exotic desolate world energy, he would burn incense to the heavens. Why are all of you gathered here? Qin Feng looked left and right with a curious expression. We're all in the same boat. Naturally, we have to advance and retreat together. Xiao and I patted Qin Feng's shoulder and smiled. In the distance, the Zhou family, supreme mystery sect, and the imperial family looked over and secretly shook their heads. Qin Feng was surrounded by so many people. Even if he didn't say anything, the heavenly secret pavilion's good fortune this time was almost over. Song Su and Song Yuan's expressions were quite ugly. They didn't expect that even Yi Wu and Xiao and I would target Qin Feng. With this, no matter how strong Qin Feng was, he wouldn't be able to snatch much exotic, desolate world energy from 2-9 stage Heavenly Realm Masters. Aren't you guys going too far? There's so many people here, but why are you all focusing on my spot? Qin Feng frowned. Xiao and I grinned and didn't reply. Everyone, isn't it too much to target Qin Feng? Song Yuan and Song Yuan were about to speak when Huangfu Yao rushed over and said with a slight frown. Mo Sun, Yu Lei, and the others' expressions changed. The first princess was actually helping Qin Feng. This was beyond their expectations. Hee, Sister Jeannie, who's targeting him? It's not like this seat is his. Why can't others take it? Xiao and I laughed. Huangfu Yao rolled his eyes at him. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Dan spoke up from the side. First princess, don't meddle in other people's business. To put it bluntly, in this place, everyone is using a non-violent method. If there is a grudge, then there is a grudge. If there is a grudge, then there is a grudge. If there is a grudge, then there is a grudge. Her words were very direct. She was here to diss Qin Feng. Huangfu Yao couldn't be bothered to argue with these two. Moreover, she could use her status to suppress others, but she couldn't suppress these two. She said to Qin Feng, come over to my side. The baptism of the exotic, desolate spiritual qi is very important. Imperial Father probably doesn't want to know that I was disturbed when I was absorbing the exotic, desolate spiritual qi, causing the baptism to fail. As soon as she said this, not only did Yu Lei and the others' expressions change, but even Yi Dan's and Xiao Ni's eyes narrowed. The two of them looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Huangfu Yao's words were very obvious. If she was disturbed when she was absorbing the exotic, desolate spiritual qi, her imperial father would definitely not allow it. They could ignore Huangfu Yao's protection of Qin Feng, but they didn't dare to interfere with Huangfu Yao's absorption of the exotic, desolate spiritual qi. No matter what, she was still the first princess of the imperial family. With her status, offending her was equivalent to slapping the imperial family's face. This was something that no one dared to do. After all, no matter when, the imperial family still had to have respect for the control of the great Yin Empire. If Qin Feng really went over to Huangfu Yao's side, they really wouldn't be able to do anything. Qin Feng was also surprised that Huangfu Yao would actually help him. However, he didn't want to casually owe Huangfu Yao a favor. Thank you very much, First Princess. However, I also like to have fun. Since everyone likes me so much, how can I spoil everyone's fun? Seeing that Huangfu Yao was about to say something, Qin Feng secretly transmitted a message. Thank you for your help. However, I have my own ways to resolve the current situation. Huangfu Yao was stunned. Shortly after, he nodded secretly and didn't bother about it anymore. Everyone was puzzled by Qin Feng's rejection. They didn't understand why he didn't agree to such a good opportunity. Could it be that he couldn't tell what the people around him wanted to do? However, although they were puzzled, Qin Feng was still here, and they couldn't be bothered with him. Little girl from a Zhou family. Are you very close to Qin Feng? Do you also like to join the fun? Then you can also stay here. Edance looked at Zhou Mo with a smile. Obviously, she was also resentful towards Zhou Mo for what happened that day. Momo, come back. Seeing the situation here, Zhou Mo hurriedly called Zhou Mo back. Qin Feng's place was already a dead end. Whoever followed him would be unlucky. Zhou Mo's big eyes flashed, and she immediately shook her head. Sister Edance, you misunderstood me. I only came to tell Qin Feng that I rejected his idea of cooperating with me. I also wanted to tell him not to have any ideas about me and not to harass me. I'm still young and have never thought about the matters between men and women. As soon as she said this, everyone was stunned. They stared blankly at Qin Feng. They didn't expect him to have such thoughts about Zhou Mo. Qin Feng, come out. I want to fight you one-on-one. Zhou Mo was so angry that his face couldn't be any darker. No wonder Zhou Mo told him that it was Qin Feng's credit that they could last 6 days in the Spirit River. It turned out that he had already set his sights on his sister at that time. Qin Feng was also stunned. When did he propose to cooperate with her? Wasn't she the one who proposed it at the banquet? Also, what did she mean by not having any ideas about her? Harassing her? What relationship between men and women? This was obviously a blatant framing. You wretched girl. Qin Feng jumped off the futon angrily and came in front of Zhou Mo. He grabbed her 2 beautiful braids that stood up to the sky like horns. Zhou Mo punched Qin Feng in the chest, broke free from Qin Feng's control, and quickly ran away. Wretched girl, remember this. I will find you again. Qin Feng shouted angrily. Other than the flower demon, he had never seen such a shameless person. Her ability to frame others was superb. I will remember you too, Qin Feng. If you dare to pester my sister again, I will not rest until you die. Zhou Xuanwu said with a dark face. Let me tell you, your sister is going to be unlucky. I will pester her again. Qin Feng gasped for breath. Being labeled as harassing an innocent woman for no reason, anyone would feel aggrieved. Sitting back on the futon, Qin Feng took a few deep breaths and calmed down. His time in the pavilion of heavenly secrets was limited, so he did not have the mind to think about anything else. Everyone entered a state of cultivation and absorbed the exotic, desolate spirit qi in this space. It could be seen that in every direction, mysterious light was constantly flickering. Under the absorption of these people, the exotic, desolate spirit qi was clearly beginning to gather. And in these directions, Qin Feng's side had the most exotic, desolate spirit qi. Because of the large number of people, the suction force was also stronger. All the nearby exotic, desolate spirit qi was being sucked over. And Qin Feng, who was in the center of the crowd, did not absorb a single strand of exotic, desolate spirit qi. As long as it entered his absorption range, it would immediately be swallowed by Yi Wu or Xiao and I. Seeing the situation here, the others secretly shook their heads. With so many people targeting him, Qin Feng's trip to the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets was probably meaningless. I say, is everyone really going to go overboard? You won't give me any leftovers? Qin Feng said. Everyone sneered and ignored him. Seeing this, Qin Feng's mouth twitched. To be honest, he was really embarrassed to use the 100 Calamity Heaven swallowing technique to bully others. But now, I should be doing this in self-defense. He chuckled, then slowly closed his eyes. His hands formed a seal, and his 10 fingers flew, leaving after images. Chapter 509. Acting tough gets struck by lightning Wang Wang. A formless wave spread out from Qin Feng's body. Shortly after, the entire region suddenly trembled. Profound light flickered crazily and converged towards Qin Feng. What's going on? Yi Wu, Xiao and the others were all surprised. Why was the exotic, desolate world energy they had absorbed flying away uncontrollably? This direction, everyone suddenly looked away and their pupils shrank as shock appeared on their faces. Their exotic, desolate world energy was actually being sucked away by Qin Feng. How is this possible? There were 2 9th stage heavenly realm masters and more than a dozen half-step 9th-stage heavenly realm masters here. How could Qin Feng steal from their mouths? But even if they couldn't believe it, this scene still appeared in front of their eyes. Increase absorption. Everyone quickly stabilized their bodies and used their own methods to increase the baptism in their bodies. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth was lifted into a mocking arc as he sensed everyone's situation. Immediately, his devouring power increased, and the dozen-plus people around him began to stagger. It was as though they were being continuously sucked over by Qin Feng in the turbulent flow of water. What a powerful suction! Xiao Ni's face changed, and his spirit energy surged to resist this suction. When the others saw this, they also hurriedly used their spirit energy to resist and stabilize their bodies. But under this strong suction, the amount of exotic, desolate world energy they absorbed was very little. 70 to 80% of it was snatched away by Qin Feng. How is this possible? There are so many of us. How can we not be able to snatch it from him? Everyone, don't hold back, Yulei said. Everyone nodded and desperately urged their own methods to increase the suction. You're still holding on, Qin Feng sneered in a low voice. His devouring force was suddenly activated to the maximum, and an even more terrifying suction force erupted. That kind of power was so fierce that it seemed to have formed a vortex of air around him. The vortex was getting bigger and bigger, and all the spiritual qi in the vicinity of the vortex would be sucked away by the vortex, no matter how hard others tried. In the end, it was even more terrifying. Those people couldn't control their own bodies and were surrounded by the vortex. They were swirling around Qin Feng and constantly getting closer to Qin Feng in the center. Everyone's expression changed because they noticed something even more terrifying. Qin Feng not only sucked away the exotic, desolate spirit qi around them, but even the spirit qi in their bodies showed signs of uncontrollably leaving their bodies. How could this be? At this moment, even Yi Wu and Xiao and I couldn't hide their shock. They were 9th-stage heaven realm cultivators, but they couldn't control the spirit energy in their bodies. The people in the distance were also dumbfounded. They only saw Qin Feng sitting there with a dignified look on his face, and the dozen or so people surrounding him were like spinning tops, rapidly spinning around him. Is this even possible? Ai Tianxing, Lu and Yihua, and the others were all dumbfounded. On the praying mat, Qin Feng no longer had the energy to pay attention to the situation outside. He felt the beauty of the exotic, desolate spirit qi. The exotic, desolate spirit qi that was sucked into his body was completely compatible with his body, and there was no need to refine it at all. Moreover, the exotic, desolate spirit qi didn't enter the qi sea like spirit qi, but spread throughout every corner of his body. No, to be precise, it permeated every part of his body. The exotic, desolate spirit qi wasn't spirit qi in the true sense, but the energy from the beginning of the world. Its effect was indescribable. No wonder it said that the baptism of the heavenly secret pavilion can lay the foundation of the 9th stage. Qin Feng deeply agreed. The so-called 9th stage heaven realm, as the name implied, was to be in harmony with the world, and the most direct way to be in harmony with the world was to let one's body be in harmony with the world's energy. Therefore, at the peak of the half-step 9th stage heaven realm, if one wanted to cross this threshold, they could only constantly compress their spirit qi, and the direction of this compression was the flesh and blood of the body. This was an extremely complicated process that required time to settle down. However, the exotic, desolate spirit qi didn't need to be at the peak of the half-step 9th stage heaven realm to be in harmony with the body. This was a supreme opportunity for any cultivator. Of course, wanting to enter the 9th stage heaven realm wasn't something that could be done overnight, but there was no doubt that with this baptism, when one's strength improved in the future, the probability of entering the 9th stage heaven realm would greatly increase. In a sense, this had helped them lower the threshold of entering the 9th stage heaven realm. I wonder when they will wake up. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. His right hand held the jade pendant and the longevity flower, cutting off a portion of the exotic, desolate spirit chi he had swallowed and continuously pouring it into the jade pendant. He already had the longevity flower and the exotic, desolate spirit chi. As for how to awaken Qin Yao and Gong Xiaoxi, that would be up to the demonic eye. In the end, everyone in the vortex couldn't hold on any longer and left in a sorry state. Inside the vortex, not to mention absorbing the exotic, desolate spirit chi, even their own spirit chi was being sucked out of their bodies. If this continued, they would sooner or later die from their spirit chi being sucked dry. Damn Qin Feng, just you wait. Yiwu also escaped, her beautiful eyes fiercely staring at Qin Feng. She had only suffered 2 losses in her life. The first was in the Flame City Guild tournament, and the other was now. It could be said that both of her losses were caused by Qin Feng. This kind of method is really fucking terrifying. Xiao and I smacked his lips. He didn't have the jealousy in Yu Lei's and Mo Sun's eyes. On the contrary, he was very curious and admiring. His breadth of mind was the same as his personality. He was carefree and not a narrow-minded person. Sensing that everyone had scattered like birds and beasts, Qin Feng opened his eyes and pretended to be at a loss. Everyone, why are you all leaving? Everyone's mouth twitched, but they couldn't be bothered with him. Qin Feng looked at Yiwu, whose beautiful face was slightly gloomy, and said loudly, "Sister Yi, don't you like to be lively? Come, let's have fun together." Hearing this, Yiwu's beautiful face instantly turned red, and she angrily stared at Qin Feng. "Zhou family's little Momo, come over too. Let's have fun together." Qin Feng looked at Zhou Mo again. Zhou Mo's braids were trembling with anger, his pair of eyes fiercely staring at Qin Feng. Ha ha ha! Qin Feng looked up to the sky and laughed. Seeing that the people who were against him were defeated, he was very happy. "Come, everyone come over." Seeing that no one was approaching, Qin Feng took the initiative to fly towards Yu Lei, Mo Sun, and the rest. He released his devouring power and forcefully absorbed their exotic, desolate spirit chi. Everyone gathered together and resisted for a while, but they realized that it was useless. In the end, they all scattered. "Come, don't run away." Qin Feng went to greet them one by one. In the end, even Xiao and I and Yiwu were taken care of by him. Everyone's expression was very ugly, and they were also very shocked. What kind of method was Qin Feng using? So many of them couldn't snatch the exotic, desolate spirit chi from him. Now, the area around him was a danger zone, and no one could snatch a strand of exotic, desolate spirit chi from him. Qin Feng, don't go overboard. In the end, those people couldn't take it anymore. With him pestering them endlessly, how could they peacefully absorb the exotic, desolate spirit chi? Did I break the rules? Qin Feng sneered and approached them. These people just found a place to settle down and immediately fled. Hee, Zhou family's little Momo, come over and have fun. Qin Feng had a smile on his face as he flew towards Zhou, Mo, Zhou, Xuanwu, and a few other Zhou family's disciples' expression immediately changed. If Qin Feng came closer, they would not be able to keep their position. "Hey, don't come over. Let's talk nicely." Zhou Mo was so frightened that he almost jumped up. "Didn't I come here to talk nicely?" Qin Feng laughed loudly. Wherever he passed, no one dared to come close, and they all fled. Rumble. But at this time, lightning suddenly descended from the sky and struck Qin Feng head on. Qin Feng flew out, his body emitting green smoke. The others were also dumbfounded. How could there be lightning? Just as they thought about it, lightning struck down one after another, and all of them were aimed at Qin Feng's body, while the others were safe and sound. Acting cool really gets struck by lightning. You've received your retribution. You can continue to show off. Now you'll be honest. Chapter 510. Frantic plundering. Who would have thought that at this time, the lightning tribulation would descend from the heavens and strike Qin Feng crazily. It was truly satisfying. Previously, they had been bullied by Qin Feng until they had to flee in a sorry state. Now that they saw him being struck by lightning, their hearts were filled with joy. As expected, evil people will be punished by the heavens. If you show off too much, you'll be struck by lightning. Someone laughed. After being struck by lightning a few times, Qin Feng immediately understood that this had nothing to do with showing off. It was because the 100-calamity heaven-devouring art had improved again. This was the law-devouring tribulation. Haha, let the heavenly tribulation come more fiercely. He shouted to resist the lightning tribulation. Being struck by lightning was a good thing. It meant that the 100-calamity heaven-devouring art had improved, and its devouring power had reached a new level. Everyone looked at him in surprise. This guy must have been struck silly. How could he be so happy after being struck by lightning? Soon, Qin Feng succeeded in transcending the tribulation. It's better to have this kind of small tribulation a few more times. Qin Feng was not satisfied. He had learned from the demonic eye that the 100-calamity heaven-devouring art needed to transcend 100 tribulations to reach perfection. Within the 100 tribulations, there were 9 major tribulations and 90 minor tribulations. After 99 tribulations, there would be the final tribulation, the devouring tribulation. Generally speaking, 10 minor tribulations meant 1 major tribulation. The last time he had transcended a major tribulation was when he broke through to the spirit, detecting realm in the spiritual space. During this period, he had also transcended several minor tribulations. After carefully counting, this should be the 7th major tribulation. A major tribulation, a leap. Qin Feng muttered. Only after a major tribulation could the 100-calamity heaven-devouring art make a great leap. However, although this was only a minor tribulation, the 100-calamity heaven-devouring art had also improved. Especially now, Qin Feng could feel that the range of his devouring had increased by more than 2 times, but the strength of his devouring had not changed. Let's begin. Don't waste time with them. I need more exotic, desolate spiritual qi. The demonic eye's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Activate the Dao Yin mode. Qin Feng nodded. The Dao Yin mode could allow him to enter an ethereal state, allowing him to unleash any of his moves to the greatest extent. Naturally, the 100-calamity heaven-devouring art was one of them. He formed a seal with both hands. In his sea of qi, the Taoist seed spun and Taoist qi gushed out. Seeing that Qin Feng had easily passed through the lightning tribulation, many of them gnashed their teeth in anger. The punishment that the heavens had given this fellow was a little too light. What is he doing? Someone asked. Who cares what he's up to? We just need to keep a distance of 30 meters from him. Everyone retreated far away, quietly absorbing the exotic, desolate spirit qi. No one paid any attention to Qin Feng. Quietly floating in the void, Qin Feng's body rippled slightly on the surface of his body. His eyes slowly opened, and white light surged within them. Dao Yin mode, 100 calamities. Devour. Wong. An invisible wave of qi spread out from his body. Wherever it passed, all the exotic, desolate spirit qi was sucked into his body. At this moment, everyone on the 2nd floor suddenly opened their eyes and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with horror because they found that even though they were 30 meters away from Qin Feng, the exotic, desolate spirit qi around them was still being sucked away. Not enough, Qin Feng shouted. The ripples that had slowed down spread out fiercely again, almost enveloping everyone present. 100 meters. The wave of qi spread out for a radius of 100 meters before stopping. Within this radius, all the exotic, desolate spirit qi was under Qin Feng's control. They could even see that in this area of light, the entrances were constantly flashing and converging towards Qin Feng in a very orderly manner. No matter how they tried to stop it, it was useless. What the hell? Iwu's pretty face was filled with shock. She was nearly 80 meters away from Qin Feng, but the exotic, desolate spirit qi around her was completely out of her control. Qin Feng, what are you doing? In the end, she couldn't help but ask. Qin Feng glanced at her and ignored her. He sat cross-legged on the futon with a solemn expression and desperately devoured all the exotic, desolate spirit qi within a radius of 100 meters. Under his crazy plundering, The others could only squeeze at the edge of the second floor with a bitter face. Although there was no clear boundary here, and it was all void, the amount of exotic desolate spirit chi was limited in this space. And this space was occupied by Qin Feng alone. In this regard, everyone was helpless. This kind of devouring was incomprehensible to them, and they couldn't resist it with any means. For example, Yiwu and Xiao and I, they were ninth-stage heaven realm powerhouses. If they were far enough away from Qin Feng, they could compete with his baptism. However, if the baptism of the two sides reached a stalemate, the exotic desolate spirit chi would disintegrate and disappear as if it had been devoured. This had little to do with the strength of the suction. In short, no one could absorb a single strand of exotic desolate spirit chi within 100 meters. At this time, even AI Tianxing, Lu Venihua, Li Hin, and those who had nothing to do with Qin Feng were in trouble. They could only keep retreating and keeping their eyes on Qin Feng. It was just that the amount of exotic desolate spirit chi at the edge was much less, far from being comparable to the center. This guy, Zhou Mo, pursed her lips, and her big eyes flashed for a while. She turned to Zhou Xuanwu and said, "Brother, follow me." With that, she plunged into Qin Feng's devouring range. Mo. Zhou Xuanwu was shocked, but it was too late to stop her. He could only follow with the two Zhou family disciples. Floating in a place with a lot of exotic desolate spirit chi, Zhou Mo looked at Qin Feng, stretched out her hands, and waved in front of her. Rays of black light flashed from her fingertips, and the black light flickered. It formed a faint energy shield, and within the range of the energy shield, the exotic desolate spirit chi was not under Qin Feng's control and drilled into their bodies. This is Zhou Mo's method shocked even Zhou Xuanwu. Even Yiwu and Xiao and I could not do it, but his sister actually did it. In the distance, the others were shocked and envious, especially Yiwu and Xiao and I. They could not resist Qin Feng's strange method, but the Zhou family's Yuan spirit body could do it. As expected of the Yuan spirit body, in the end, they could only blame it on her special body. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked in Zhou Mo's direction, and his face showed some surprise. "Is it the power of the demon eye?" he softly said, and tried to use the devouring power to break down Zhou Mo's area, but it did not work. There was a special power there that prevented the devouring power from spreading. Immediately, he closed his eyes and ignored it, and crazily devoured the exotic desolate spirit chi that was constantly pouring into his body. And under his large-scale plundering, the amount of exotic desolate spirit chi also increased exponentially. Qin Feng could feel that his flesh and bones were like a hungry person pouncing on bread, constantly absorbing the exotic desolate spirit chi that was drilled into his body. His body was further refined, and his affinity with the energy of heaven and earth was also deeper. Qin Feng had a feeling that if he had enough time, he could even directly enter the ninth heaven realm in the heavenly secret pavilion. His hand became lighter, and the longevity flower was consumed. Qin Feng was about to ask, but the demon eye's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, causing his mind to go blank in an instant. Chapter 511. Recovery of consciousness. Qin Feng was stunned for more than 10 seconds before he regained his senses. He subconsciously injected his spiritual energy into the jade pendant. His spiritual body appeared in a white space. In front of him, there were two rays of light flickering, rich vitality surging. Sensing the weak fluctuations of life in the two rays of light, at this moment, even with his tenacious character, he could not help but feel a tingling sensation in his nose. His sister and Gong Xiaoxi had finally awakened. For this day, only he knew how much effort he had put in. "Sister," he gently called out. His tone was a little apprehensive, afraid that this scene was a dream. "Who's calling me? Is it Xiao Feng?" Not long after, a weak voice came from one of the rays of light. Hearing this familiar voice, Qin Feng's body trembled, and tears flickered in his eyes. How many days and nights had he dreamt of this scene? An illusory figure flashed out. Looking at her appearance, it was Qin Yao. Qin Yao also saw Qin Feng for the first time. Her face was filled with astonishment. Xiao Feng, what's going on? Qin Yao's consciousness was still a little hazy. She instinctively walked out and saw Qin Feng, which shocked her. Wasn't she dead? Why did she see her brother? Tears flowed down Qin Feng's face. He was on the verge of choking, unable to speak. His elder sister had lived her entire life for him. When they were young, she had always protected him. Only under her protection could he have a peaceful childhood. After he rose, he swore to protect his sister. For this, he cultivated with all his might. In the end, he killed the enemy who destroyed his sister's cultivation. When he thought that he had the qualifications to protect his sister, he met with a great disaster. Not long after they reunited, Qin Yao died because of him. That kind of pain could not be understood by those who had not experienced it. He almost went crazy. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he had nothing to live for. Knowing that there was still a glimmer of hope for his sister, he pulled himself together. Everything he did was to revive his sister. He did not know how many times he had imagined this scene, and today, it finally came true. Little Feng. Qin Yao gradually regained her consciousness. She gently walked to Qin Feng and held him in her arms. She said softly, "Little Feng, you've worked hard." Although she didn't know why this happened, she knew that it was all thanks to Qin Feng that she was able to survive in this state. "You must have suffered a lot because of this." Greedily burying himself in Qin Yao's neck, Qin Feng sniffed and said, "As long as I can bring my sister back to life, anything is worth it. Sister, don't worry. I've already completed the first step of resurrection. In the future, I'll definitely bring you all back to life." Qin Yao nodded gently with a gratified smile on her face. "Hey, Qin Feng, you really have a sister complex. People who don't know would think that you two are a couple." Suddenly, a teasing voice sounded. Even though that was the case, that voice was trembling. Qin Feng left Qin Yao's arms and wiped his tears. He looked at Gong Xiaoxi and said with a smile, "How does it feel to be resurrected?" "Very, very good." Gong Xiaoxi nodded. Her beautiful eyes were misty and could no longer hold back her tears. Qin Yao and Gong Xiaoxi regained consciousness, which meant that the first step of their resurrection was successful. In the future, as long as they could find rare and precious medicine, they could be completely resurrected. Qin Feng's heart was completely removed, and he felt relaxed all over. "By the way, Little Feng, aren't we already dead? How did you do it? And where did your power come from that day?" Qin Yao asked. "My mother, it was this jade pendant." Qin Feng paused and said, "At that time, it was this jade pendant that gave me power. It was also it that saved your consciousness at the critical moment. That's why I was able to save you." Qin Feng naturally wouldn't tell them about the demon eye, so he could only say this. Since Qin Yao also knew about his mother, she shouldn't have any doubts. He didn't expect that his casual words were true. Qin Yao nodded gently. As Qin Feng expected, she didn't have any doubts because she knew that Qin Feng's mother's methods were miraculous. "Is this the jade pendant space?" Qin Yao looked around at the vast expanse of whiteness. "Yes." Qin Feng nodded and said, "We left the 100,000 Barren Mountains. Now, we are in the Great Yin Empire. I participated in their internal competition and obtained the exotic, desolate spiritual qi and the longevity flower. That's why you regained consciousness." "You left the 100,000 Barren Mountains?" Qin Yao and Gong Xiaoxi were both shocked. The latter asked, "How did you leave the 100,000 Barren Mountains?" Qin Feng told them about his experience of leaving the 100,000 Barren Mountains. Of course, he avoided the important parts and only said that luck played a large part. "I really didn't expect you to really pass through the 100,000 Barren Mountains." After a long time, Gong Xiaoxi couldn't help but sigh. As a student of the Saint Ruin's sect, she had been strictly nurtured by the requirements of the path to heaven. Naturally, she knew the dangers of passing through the 100,000 Barren Mountains. In their hearts, the path to heaven was the only way to leave the primitive land. As for passing through the 100,000 Barren Mountains, it was simply a dead end. At that time, she insisted on following Qin Feng not because she thought there was hope, but because of her responsibility. No matter what, she had to try. Even if she died in the end, it was better than living a muddle-headed life in the primitive land with the empty name of a Heavenly Hall disciple. However, she didn't have any hope that Qin Feng would succeed. By the way, did you meet Little Yao, Tang Ran, and the others? Gong Xiaoxi suddenly asked after sighing with emotion for a while. Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. The outside world is too vast. I don't know where those people who came out with me are. Tang Ke and the others used the path to heaven, which is different from ours. I'm afraid that they are even further away from us. Is that so? Gong Xiaoxi heard this and looked disappointed. Don't worry, as long as they also go to the outside world, we will meet again one day. Qin Feng patted Gong Xiaoxi's shoulder. The three of them chatted for a while more before Qin Feng left the jade pendant space. The two of them had just recovered their consciousness and needed more time to recover their strength. He opened his eyes and laughed softly. His laughter grew louder and louder until he finally laughed loudly. Everyone looked at him in a daze. They didn't know what kind of stimulation this guy had received. After laughing for a while, Qin Feng stopped and looked at the people in the distance. Looking at them now, even Yulei, Emo, Sun, and the others, he felt that they were much cuter. Then, he withdrew his devouring power and stopped oppressing them. His sister and Gong Xiaoxi had already been revived, so he didn't want to be too ruthless. If there is fortune, everyone should enjoy it together. I, Qin Feng, am not a person who eats alone, ha. After laughing loudly, Qin Feng closed his eyes and concentrated on absorbing the exotic, desolate spiritual energy. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. However, after sensing that the powerful suction power had disappeared, they didn't care what kind of stimulation this guy had received. They all found a good place and started absorbing the exotic, desolate spiritual energy. Chapter 512. The Third Floor Rumble. Unknowingly, a golden light suddenly blossomed in this area. Everyone immediately shot their gazes over. Immediately after, their gazes became sluggish. At the center of the explosion of golden light, a golden stone staircase appeared. There were a total of 9 steps, and on each step, golden light flickered. They were covered with mysterious and complicated patterns, and an extremely strong pressure spread out from them. What is that? Everyone looked at the golden stone staircase in shock. What is that? Someone exclaimed. Everyone hurriedly shot their gazes over. After the last step, there was a dark golden stone door. Golden light flickered, causing the surrounding space to become illusory and distorted. Even if they couldn't sense the energy ripples there, just from the distorted space, everyone could imagine how terrifying the energy pressure there was. This is the golden staircase to the 3rd floor. Huang Fuyao's beautiful eyes stared at the golden staircase. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly exclaimed. Her voice instantly attracted everyone's gazes. Eldest princess, what is the golden staircase to the heavens? Iwu asked with a slightly solemn expression. Everyone looked at the eldest princess. She was the princess of the imperial family, so she should know more about the heavenly mystery pavilion than them. Huang Fuyao stared at the golden staircase. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, Do you know how many floors there are in the heavenly mystery pavilion? Everyone was stunned. What did Huang Fuyao mean? Didn't the heavenly mystery pavilion only have 2 floors? Only when the heavenly mystery divine tablet appeared would the upper and lower floors be defined as the heaven and earth floors. But no matter how it was defined, there were only 2 floors. From the appearance, the heavenly mystery pavilion should have 3 floors. Xiao and I rubbed his chin. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly said, 3 floors. Hearing Xiao Ni's words, everyone was shocked. After thinking carefully, they nodded inwardly. Just from the appearance, the heavenly mystery pavilion seemed to have 3 floors. However, the heavenly mystery pavilion only had 2 floors in the heaven and earth floors. So, no one had ever thought about the 3rd floor. You're saying that this golden staircase leads to the third floor? Suddenly, Yiwu exclaimed. Huang Fuyao nodded and said, looking at the current situation, it should be. Everyone was in a daze. The third floor, which had never appeared before, appeared in front of them. After being stunned for a moment, everyone's eyes burned with passion. Needless to say, this third level that had never been revealed to the world definitely had a shocking treasure. Qin Feng's eyes burned with passion. It turned out that this heavenly mystery pavilion had a third level that had never been opened to the public. Without question, the collection on the third level was definitely much better than the first two levels. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly as he sensed the movements in his Qinkuan bag. 9 nether snake? Qin Feng was flabbergasted. Ever since the 9 nether snake had entered its evolution stage, it hadn't made any movements for a long time. Looks like the third floor has the energy for this little snake to quickly evolve, Demon, I said. Qin Feng nodded slightly. He could feel the intense desire coming from the depths of the 9 nether snake's consciousness. Originally, he had thought that his trip to the secret pavilion would come to an end. However, now that the third floor had appeared, he had to give it a try no matter what. In an instant, everyone rushed forward. They wanted to climb the golden stairway to heaven and enter the mysterious third floor. However, they had underestimated the golden stairway. There was a strong and terrifying pressure on it. Once they entered, they would feel as if they were carrying a heavy burden. Moreover, their spiritual energy would be sealed, and they wouldn't be able to use it. Most people could only persevere until the 5th stone step. People like Song Yuan and Yi Hua, who were slightly weaker than first-rate young experts, could only reach the 6th stone step. What a terrifying power! Zhuang Hu, Song Su, Li Hen, and the others stopped at the 7th stone step. They couldn't take another step forward. Their faces were filled with shock. This golden stairway was too difficult to climb. With their strength, they could only reach the 7th step. It seems that not everyone can enter the 3rd floor. Qin Feng's expression turned serious. At this moment, he was standing on the 8th step. Zhou Mo, Yiwu, and Xiao and I were also at this position. There's still one more floor. Xiao and I gritted his teeth and stared at the stone door behind the 9th step. As long as he climbed one more step, he would be able to enter the 3rd floor. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't put his foot down. Poochie! In the end, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed, and he couldn't climb the 9th step. Is there really no other way? Yiwu tried and found that it was too difficult to reach the top. There was only a glimmer of hope if she fought with her life on the line. However, she didn't dare to take such a gamble. No one knew what would happen if she suffered a serious injury here. It seems that even with the golden stairway to the 3rd floor, it will be difficult to pass the test and enter, Zhou Mo said. To be able to persevere until now was already the limit. It was too difficult to climb another step. Qin Feng nodded secretly. Indeed, it was too difficult. He felt his body tense up and a slight tingling pain came from his skin. It was as if his body was about to shatter. He even had an illusion that if he forcefully climbed the 9th stone step, his body would explode in an instant. He didn't want to experience the scene in front of the Tianji divine steel again. He also didn't dare to gamble, because luck wouldn't be on his side every time. He wouldn't gamble with his life to obtain the conditions to enter the 3rd floor. However, at this moment, he suddenly sensed that the pitch-black wooden chopstick suddenly moved. It vibrated slightly, and a thin layer of black light spread out. It wandered under his clothes and on the surface of his body. Suddenly, the terrifying pressure around him decreased a lot. Qin Feng was surprised and then ecstatic. It seemed that the black chopsticks had a great effect on him. He almost forgot about it. How could something that was shaken off from the Tianji divine steel be an ordinary item? As the pressure lessened, Qin Feng directly ascended to the 9th step under the shocked gazes of the crowd. How did you do it? Xiao and I and Yiwu opened their mouths in shock and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. They knew how terrifying the gold stairway was. It was impossible to climb it if one's physical body wasn't strong enough. No matter how many tricks Qin Feng had up his sleeves, his strength was still there. How could it be possible? Qin Feng smiled at them and ignored them. He pushed open the stone door and used his spiritual power to sense it. After confirming that there was no danger, he shyly went in. On the gold stairway, everyone was envious. There was definitely a great opportunity on the third floor. Zhoumo's eyes flashed as she looked at Qin Feng, who went in. She gritted her teeth, and a black mark flickered on her forehead. Then, the black light around her body became more intense. It flowed down like liquid and circulated around her body. Zhoumo's sudden change also attracted the attention of others. What is this girl trying to do? Xiao and I was surprised. Then, his expression slowly froze. The others also opened their mouths in shock. Chapter 513. Inner World. When Qin Feng entered the third floor, he didn't even have time to think before his body suddenly sank. It was as if there was a powerful force dragging him down. What's going on? Qin Feng turned pale with fright. He had clearly entered the third floor, so why did he feel as if he was falling? He couldn't stop this momentum, as if there was a terrifying force imprisoning him. This kind of sinking continued for several dozen breaths of time. Suddenly, Lin Qin Feng felt his body lighten, and the power that was controlling him disappeared. He opened his eyes, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw a dazzling blue that was like crystal. After a long while, he finally adapted to the light. When he looked around, he couldn't help but be stunned. This was an ice cellar that was about 40 to 50 square meters. It was dazzling blue with specks of blue light dotting the ice cellar. It was like a galaxy, giving off a very mysterious feeling. In the ice cellar, there was only a coffin covered with specks of blue light. Apart from that, there was nothing else. This strange place made Qin Feng even more cautious. He had clearly entered the third floor, so how did he end up in this strange place? Could this be the third floor of the divination pavilion? He controlled his body and slowly landed on the ice surface. As his eyes continued to scan, he quickly activated his spiritual perception to see if there was anything here that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Soon he was stunned. His perception was the same as his vision. In this strange ice cellar, there was nothing else besides the blue coffin in the center. Roar! Suddenly, a faint sound came from nowhere. Qin Feng's face changed, and he quickly retreated to the ice surface. His soul power surged, and he suddenly raised his head. His eyes couldn't help but shrink. Above the blue coffin, on the ice surface, he could faintly see a magma-like scarlet light flowing. Within the scarlet light, there was an enormous thing wiggling. Its lantern-sized inverted scarlet snake eyes were staring at him without blinking. Qin Feng's throat moved, and he steadied himself a little. He focused his gaze and quickly discovered that this enormous thing was actually an extremely large fire python. Its body was so large that he couldn't see the end of it. Qin Feng's scalp went numb. Just by looking at the size of this fire python, he knew that this was a python spirit that had lived for countless years. It was unknown how strong it was. Fortunately, it did not seem to be able to enter this place. Not long after, a pitch-black figure landed beside him. The black light gradually faded away, revealing its true form. Zhou. Qin Feng was astonished. This girl was actually able to ascend to the 9th level, but when he thought of the demonic eye on her body, he understood. What is this? Zhou was also shocked by the enormous fire python. She scanned her surroundings, and her face quickly froze. The 3rd level is like this? Qin Feng nodded slightly. The 3rd level was indeed a little unexpected. The good stuff should be in that coffin. You go and open it. I'll protect you, Qin Feng said. Zhou nodded. He had only taken a few steps when he suddenly turned around. Qin Feng, you're too much. Seeing that his instigation had failed, Qin Feng smiled awkwardly and said, I tried just now, but I couldn't open it. Why don't you try? Zhou widened his eyes and looked at him suspiciously. There's not much time left. We have to speed up. Qin Feng pointed at the fire python without a trace of embarrassment and said, This big guy will come in very soon. When that time comes, none of us will be able to leave. Who are you trying to fool? Zhou Mo curled her lips. This Qin Feng was clearly instigating her to take the risk. Everyone knew that in this strange place, that coffin was definitely not simple. No one dared to touch it lightly. The two of them were in a deadlock. Neither of them wanted to be the first to act. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng broke the silence and said, "Neither of us can hide behind and eat alone. We'll open the coffin together and bear the consequences together." I wonder who came up with this idea. Zhou Mo curled her lips, then nodded and said, "All right." Qin Feng slowly approached the ice coffin and extended his spiritual power, trying to peek inside. However, the ice coffin had a mysterious power that prevented his spiritual power from entering. The two of them stood at the two ends of the ice coffin. Qin Feng's expression was solemn. Since they had already come this far, he didn't want to return empty-handed. "Old Mo, do you know what's inside?" Qin Feng asked in his heart as his palm gently touched the coffin lid. Suddenly, he couldn't help but shiver. "It's very mysterious. As for what it is, we'll only know after we open the coffin." "The demon," I replied. Qin Feng nodded and looked at Zhou Mo. Then, he took a deep breath and pressed his hands on the coffin lid. Spiritual power surged. The two of them secretly increased their strength, but the coffin lid showed no signs of moving. "What's going on?" Qin Feng and Zhou Mo looked at each other in confusion. The coffin couldn't be opened? "Old Mo, what's the situation?" Qin Feng asked in his heart. "There should be a special restriction that requires more power to open. You can't open it by yourselves." The demon I paused and said, "Tell that little girl to stop hiding." Using the power of the demon eye in her body, I should be able to use some of my power. Qin Feng heard this and nodded inwardly. Then, he looked at Zhou Mo and said, "We need more power to open the coffin. I don't need to hide anymore. Use the power in your body." Zhou Mo was stunned. How did he know about the power in her body? However, time was of the essence, and she didn't have time to ask. She quickly mobilized the power of the demon eye, and two rays of black light spread out from her hands. At this moment, a ray of black light shot out from Qin Feng's palm and came into contact with a black light that spread out from Zhou Mo suddenly. The black light shone brightly, and the entire coffin trembled slightly. At this moment, Zhou Mo's pretty face stiffened. She looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. "You also have this power?" Zhou Mo was extremely shocked. She was all too familiar with the fluctuations emanating from Qin Feng's body. It was exactly the same as the power in her body. Qin Feng ignored her and stared at the corner of the coffin. There a crack was slowly expanding. Under the influence of the black light, the coffin lid was slowly being moved away. When it was a foot away, the coffin lid froze. At the same time, the black light returned to Qin Feng and Zhou Mo's bodies. "Qin Feng, do you also have a mysterious power in your body?" Zhou Mo asked anxiously. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Receiving his acknowledgement, Zhou Mo was shocked. No wonder she felt a special feeling when she saw him and couldn't help but want to get closer to him. It turned out that they both had the same attribute of power. "Your power. Our focus shouldn't be on this right now." Qin Feng interrupted her and looked at the coffin that was a foot wide. The coffin didn't show the scene of dried bones, as they had imagined. The interior was chaotic and dense with spiritual energy. Through the chaos, they seemed to be able to see the scene in the depths. Both of them were stunned. This coffin seemed to contain an internal world. They could vaguely see stars swirling around it. It was as if there was a small world inside. "How is it? Do we go in?" Zhou Mo looked up at Qin Feng. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng gritted his teeth. The coffin was already open. They couldn't just take a look and go back. Chapter 514. Ancient giant city. Qin Feng was absent-minded for a split second. At this moment, he felt as if he had traveled through an endless distance. When his vision cleared up, he was immediately shocked by the scene before him. This was an extremely ancient world. The entire world was dark red in color, and there were broken scenes everywhere. Faintly, there was a faint smell of blood. It was difficult to describe what era this was. He felt as if he was in the distant ancient era. The earth was dry, the mountain ridges were broken, and the lakes and seas were evaporated. The entire world could only be described with one word: ruin. There was nothing more appropriate than these two words. Wherever he looked, there was not a single place that was in good condition. Everywhere, everything was broken. In the distance, he could vaguely see jade palaces, but they were all broken. There were also extremely majestic buildings. Even from far away, he could see how huge they were. Even if they were broken, he could still feel the boundless pressure. The earth was dark red, as if it had been soaked in blood for a long time. As soon as he entered this place, an ancient aura of desolation assaulted his senses. It was as if he had returned to the distant desolation era. Qin Feng and Zhou Mo were both stunned by the scene before them. What kind of world was this? What kind of terrifying battle had taken place to actually destroy an entire world? Qin Feng, did we go to the wrong place? Zhou Mo pulled Qin Feng's arm. He was truly frightened by this scene. This world was too strange. There was no life force, as if it had died excessively. It was quiet and deathly still. There was not even the slightest sound. There were no insects on the ground and no birds in the sky. It was as if there was not a single living thing in this world. Deep in this place, one could feel an extremely oppressive feeling. It was as if this place was covered in dust. It was suffocating. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He also did not understand where this place was. He had experienced many things, but he had never seen such a tragic scene before him. The sky was shattered, and the earth was caved in. It was as if this was an abandoned world. This should be a small world sealed by the pavilion of heaven's secrets. The demon eye said, "Old devil, can you see where this is?" Qin Feng asked in his mind. This should be the result of a terrifying battle in the ancient era, resulting in the destruction of this small world. After a pause, the demon eye continued, "Everything has been destroyed. From this, you can see how terrifying the battle back then was. The Pavilion of Heaven's Secrets should be a natural supreme treasure that participated in that battle. In the end, it sealed this small world. Natural supreme treasure." Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Natural treasures. Natural supreme treasures, as the name suggested. Natural supreme treasures. To heaven's secrets. This was especially true for extremely powerful primordial cardinal treasures. They could absorb the essence of the world, nurture their own spirituality, and take human form. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were formidable cultivators who walked at the forefront of cultivation. He had never thought that the heavenly secret pavilion was actually a connate cardinal treasure. Qin Feng's eyes blazed. This was a natural supreme treasure. If he could obtain it, don't even think about it. Even if it still has its own consciousness, you have no chance of obtaining it, let alone a dormant natural supreme treasure, the demon eye said, knowing what Qin Feng was thinking. Qin Feng curled his lips. He was just thinking about it and did not dare to take it seriously. With his strength, not to mention being able to activate a primordial treasure, even if he could, he was afraid that if it absorbed a little of his spiritual energy, his body would be instantly sucked dry. But the short black stick in your hand should be the key to the pavilion of heaven's secrets. Perhaps you'll have a great harvest this time. Qin Feng was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. The pavilion of heaven's secrets still had treasures, and he still had the key to the treasure. "Old devil, where is the treasure?" he asked, his voice trembling. After a moment of silence, the demon eye replied, "It should be in that huge city. Let's go." Hearing this, Qin Feng hurriedly pulled Zhou Mo and dashed over. The giant city did not seem far away, but with their speed, they still flew for more than an hour before they gradually approached it. So big, Zhou Mo's eyes widened in shock. They had flown for more than an hour to get close to the city, which showed how far it was. But even from such a distance, it looked so big. It was obvious how vast its body was. As the two of them continued to approach the huge city, the shock in their hearts continued to stack. Even Qin Feng was extremely shocked. This huge city was too vast. Even though they were at a high altitude, they still couldn't see the outline of this huge city clearly. The huge city was dilapidated. There were tall buildings in the city and huge spaceships and battleships that were thousands of feet long. But they were all damaged to varying degrees. Suddenly, the two lost their balance. A terrible turbulence appeared. Let's land quickly. Even if this place is dilapidated, it still has a terrible force. We can't explore it easily. We must treat it with reverence and respect, the demon eye said. Qin Feng hurriedly landed with Zhou Mo and walked toward the huge city. When the two arrived at the city gate, they looked up at the tall city wall. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Previously, they were at a high altitude, so they could barely see the city. They only felt that it was very big, but they didn't feel anything else. But when they got closer and looked at it from a close distance, they understood what it meant to be a dragon and an ant. The city wall was so high that it was difficult to see. It was as if it was towering above the clouds. Even flying couldn't reach such a height. Standing below the city wall, they deeply felt how small they were. It was as if they were ants looking up at a dragon. Moreover, there was an inexplicable pressure that made them involuntarily worship and respect it. It was as if there was really a huge monster looking down on them. This was only a dilapidated city, but it had such a terrible feeling. One could imagine just how majestic this huge city was in the past. It had an intimidating aura, but it was still beaten to a pulp. How do we go in? Qin Feng looked up at the endless city wall and asked in his heart. Even he couldn't fly to such a height. Or rather, his body couldn't withstand the environment at a higher altitude. Let's walk around nearby. There should be a way. Helpless, Qin Feng could only lead Zhou Mo to search the vicinity. After failing to find anything, the two of them could only climb up the city wall. Finally, several hundred meters in the air, they found a huge hole with a diameter of more than 300 meters. The two didn't hesitate and quickly went in. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by the scene in front of them, even though they were mentally prepared. The city was dilapidated and desolate. On the ground, there were ravines and pits of more than 100 meters. There were even remnants of blood in some places, emitting a faint luster. Chapter 5:15. A terrifying past. There was no such thing as the worst, only worse. At this moment, Qin Feng and Zhou Mo deeply experienced it. This huge city was already empty, destroyed into a complete mess. Some places were charred black, as if they had been burned by fire. Some places were corroded beyond recognition. Large areas of palaces and tall buildings were only left with steel frames. There was also a majestic building. There was a huge metal spaceship that was thousands of feet long, nailed to it by a long spear that seemed to reach the sky. There were densely packed marks on it. Those were the marks left on it after the blood had been dried by the wind. This was a purgatory on Earth. The two of them were stunned. They had never seen such a scene of destruction before. They descended along the city wall. Here, out of respect, they did not dare to fly. According to the words of the demonic eye, there were always things in this world that needed to be respected. Fortunately, the two of them were not weak, and their spiritual energy was abundant. With a height of a few hundred meters and a point of leverage, it was not too difficult. What a deep pit. The two of them just happened to land in a deep pit. No, to be precise, it was a ravine that led straight to the depths of the city. This ravine was dozens of meters deep, and the width of the two sides were parallel. It was a few hundred meters wide, and it became shallower from the center to the two sides, like a slope. They climbed up to the ground and carefully walked towards the center of the city. Everywhere they passed, everything they saw was ruined, without any signs of life. Sometimes they could even see bright bloodstains. There were black, purple, blue, silver, and all kinds of colors. This should be a world-ending catastrophe caused by a heavenly fissure in ancient times, the demonic eye suddenly said, with a low and complicated tone. Heavenly fissure? Despising the calamity? Qin Feng was startled and asked, "What is that?" "Creatures from beyond the heavens. Every time the heavenly fissure occurs, they will enter this world. That is a civilization that is completely different from this world. Once there is a collision, it will be destructive. The demonic eye sighed and said, "This should be caused by a heavenly fissure in ancient times." Qin Feng was shocked. This was the first time he had heard the demon eye say something like this. There was a world outside of this world? Don't ask anything. Right now, there's no benefit for you to know these things. If you can live to the end and walk to the peak of cultivation, you'll naturally understand that there are people outside of the heavens and earth outside of the heavens. What you've come into contact with right now is nothing more than a small situation within a small situation. However, being able to witness an apocalyptic catastrophe might not necessarily be a bad thing for you. For you to be able to enter, it might be the will of the heavens. In the future, you might be able to enter and participate in the game. Qin Feng was confused by Demon Eye's words, but he knew that he wasn't strong enough. He wouldn't be obsessed with things that were still far away from him. The two of them walked slowly in the huge city, heading towards the center of the city. When they passed by a place, they were suddenly attracted by a faint fragrance. This palace? The two of them looked at each other. There was some desire in their eyes. This fragrance caused the spiritual energy in their bodies to show signs of increasing. Without a doubt, the source of this fragrance was definitely something extraordinary. We can go and take a look. Before Qin Feng had the time to ask, Demon Eye said. Nodding, Qin Feng and Zhou Mo carefully walked into the palace. When they stepped through the dark green palace door, there seemed to be light condensing in front of them. When they looked again, a simple and majestic palace appeared in their line of sight. The palace was paved with blue stones. Many stone pillars inscribed with strange patterns stood tall, as if supporting the entire palace. In the center of the palace, there was a light wheel emitting a faint light. In the light wheel, there was a large crystal clear stream of water. It flowed like a stream, emitting waves of intoxicating light sounds. The water was sparkling and translucent, exuding a jade-like luster. Steam rose from it, overflowing with brilliance. It was extremely dazzling. An extremely pure and rich spiritual energy fluctuation spread out. Just taking a breath would make one's body feel comfortable, and one's pores would open up as if it was an extreme desire. 9 heavens spiritual liquid. Qin Feng and Zhou Mo were dumbfounded. There was so much 9 heavens spiritual liquid. In the outside world, a drop of it could be sold at a sky-high price. But here, it could be described as a river. This, Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he stared at the liquid in the light wheel. He could not help but lick his lips. Don't think too much. This has nothing to do with you. You can't enter the light wheel at all. Demon Eye's words extinguished half of the fire burning in Qin Feng's heart. Old demon, can't you do it? Qin Feng asked unwillingly. There was so much 9 heavens spiritual liquid. If he just took a night and sold it, the income would be enough for him to not worry about cultivation resources for a few years. Don't be unwilling. It's useless even if you pull in all the top experts in the Great Yin Empire, Demon Eye said. Damn it, Qin Feng cursed in his heart. He suppressed Zhou Mo's eagerness and shifted his gaze elsewhere. His gaze swept across and immediately focused on the depths of the hall. There were 3 extremely thick stone pillars. At the top of the pillars, there were rays of light blooming. Within the light, there were 3 items. A dagger, a battle armor, and a scroll. Acquired cardinal treasure, supreme-grade battle armor, and supreme-grade superpower. Demon Eye said. Qin Feng was about to drool. Acquired cardinal treasures, second only to innate cardinal treasures. Battle armor for supreme-grade experts, and supreme-grade superpower that even supreme-grade experts would be envious of. Damn it, any one of them was an amazing opportunity, but all of them were too far away from him. Old demon, do you have a way? No. Is there no way at all? No. Damn it. Then why did you agree to let me in? To broaden your horizons. Qin Feng was speechless. What else could he say? Kid, even if this place is dilapidated, it still contains its own force. If you're not strong enough, You won't be able to touch it at all. Demon Eye paused, then said, "Do you see those supreme-grade experts?" Qin Feng's gaze shifted and immediately shrank. He said in shock, "Those stone statues are people." In the depths of the hall, there were layers of stone stairs. The stone stairs led up, and on both sides of the stairs, there were many seats. On the seats, there were many figures standing on the left side. These figures were completely black, as if they had been petrified. Qin Feng's scalp went numb, and there was an uncontrollable surge of fear in his heart. "Don't worry, they're just inanimate objects. They were only preserved because their bodies were dried by the evil aura in an instant," Demon Eye said. "However, they should have been supreme-grade experts when they were alive." Qin Feng's heart shrank. A large group of supreme-grade experts had all died in an instant. The person who did this, he didn't dare to imagine what kind of terrifying battle had taken place here in the past. Chapter 516. Mysterious 9 Nether Snake. If these treasures were placed in the outside world, any one of them would probably cause countless experts to go crazy over them. They were right in front of Qin Feng, but he couldn't obtain any of them. That kind of depression was hard to understand unless one experienced it personally. However, Qin Feng also knew that no matter how unwilling he was, the treasures here had nothing to do with him, unless it had something to do with the black chopsticks in his hand. This was also an extra reward from the Divine Mystery Pavilion for getting a perfect score. Qin Feng pulled the wide-eyed Zhou Mo out of the giant hall and walked towards the center. After walking for a short distance, his footsteps suddenly stopped, and his expression changed. This was because he felt a strange movement from a 9 nether snake in his Chinquan bag. It was a very yearning cry. Through his connection with the 9 nether snake, Qin Feng quickly sensed the direction of the 9 nether snake's yearning. After pausing for a moment, he quickly ran in that direction. 10 minutes later, they came to an open area. To be more specific, it was a huge pit. In the middle of the pit, there was an incomparably huge skeleton. "This is a dragon?" Qin Feng was shocked. This skeleton was 20 to 30,000 feet long. Although many of the bones were damaged, it wasn't difficult to see its body when it was alive. This body was very similar to the divine dragons in the records. "It's not a dragon. It's a mysterious 9 nether snake," the Demon Eye said. Qin Feng was stunned. Only then did he understand. No wonder the 9 nether snake could sense this place. It was its ancestor. A pure-blooded 9 nether snake would definitely evolve into a mysterious 9 nether snake in the end. Qin Feng and Zhou Mo slowly slid into the deep pit. Immediately, they felt an extremely strong sense of oppression, filled with a thick and bitter aura. The closer they got, the stronger the pressure. In the end, they realized that there was a faint, almost invisible layer of energy around the mysterious 9 nether snake. Qin Feng's heart was greatly shaken. Even though he was outside the energy barrier, he could still sense the devouring heaven aura sweeping out from within, causing the surrounding space to become distorted. The kind of frightening pressure directly filled the entire energy barrier in layers. Outside, Qin Feng and Zhou Mo were also under tremendous pressure. Their bodies tensed up, and spiritual power circulated on the surface of their skin, barely resisting the pressure. They could only approach about 300 meters, unable to advance any further. If you throw the 9 netherworld snake into it, it can speed up its evolution and even achieve a super evolution, the Demon Eye said. "Will it work?" Qin Feng asked. He was already unable to withstand the pressure from 300 meters away. If he threw the 9 nether snake into the energy barrier, it would probably explode before it even got close. The pure 9 underworld snake is the direct descendant of the 9 underworld black snake. Other people can't get close, but the 9 underworld snake can. Hearing this, Qin Feng no longer hesitated. He took out the coiled 9 underworld snake, wrapped its body with spiritual power, and threw it out with force. Sure enough, the 9 underworld snake's body entered the energy barrier without any hindrance, and finally landed on the skull of the 9 underworld black snake. After doing all this, Qin Feng looked around, wanting to get some opportunities. Maybe there were some treasures that he missed. Oldemo, what was the strength of this 9 underworld black snake when it was alive? Qin Feng asked as his gaze constantly scanned the huge skeleton. The 9 underworld black snake, at the very least, should surpass the supreme being level. The demon eye's words made Qin Feng's heart skip a beat. Surpassing the supreme being level? What kind of heaven-defying strength was that? In his knowledge, the 9th heaven realm was a super expert. As for the supreme being level above the 9th heaven, that was a supreme existence. What was above the supreme being level? This was beyond his knowledge. But without a doubt, that kind of life form was definitely a dominator-level existence. Qin Feng's moving gaze suddenly paused. Then his body froze, and there was a look of horror in the depths of his eyes. This was because he seemed to have sensed a faintly discernible life force fluctuation from a skeleton in that instant. Could it be that the 9 underworld black snake is not completely dead? Qin Feng's heart trembled. He wasn't sure if what he felt was real or if he was in a trance. Qin Feng frowned. His 5 fingers clenched and then slowly loosened. After a few cycles, his stiff skin recovered. Then, he turned and walked to another direction, which happened to be facing Skull. It was also at this moment that Qin Feng's face changed dramatically again. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, because he saw that there was a dark, bloody hole in the 9 underworld black snake skull. To be precise, it wasn't a bloody hole. Instead, there was a circle of red light around the hole, as if blood was squirming. The bloody hole was about the size of a fist. Compared to the 9 underworld black snake's body, it was inconspicuous. But Qin Feng knew that it should be a fatal wound. Qin Feng's gaze moved and finally stopped below the 9 underworld black snake skull. There was a long red sword which was coming straight at him. Obviously, in the ancient war, someone threw a long spear from above and pierced through the 9 underworld black snake skull, nailing it to death here. It was difficult for Qin Feng to say how strong a mysterious 9 nether snake that had surpassed the sovereign level was. However, he knew that there were only a handful of experts of this level in this world. But a powerhouse of this level could be nailed to death with a single spear. It was obvious how terrifying the catastrophe was. Qin Feng's skin was a little cold. Then, he looked at the long red-black spear. Spiritual light gathered in his eyes, and after a glance, it froze in one spot. Qin Feng's hair seemed to stand on end at this moment. An indescribable fear welled up in his heart. Suddenly, a layer of reddish-black halo appeared on the long spear and quickly spread out. Qin Feng's pupils shrank. Even if he couldn't feel the energy fluctuations on the halo, he knew that it was a devastating disaster for him. This was a murderous aura that could kill a powerhouse beyond the Supreme Being level. Just a strand of it would be enough to kill him. But at this moment, a light curtain fell from the huge skeleton. The spreading halo hit the light curtain and immediately dissipated. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that his back was soaked in sweat. The 9 underworld black snake's evolution should take some time. Let's go find the treasure first. The demon eye said, the evil aura here is too strong. We can't stay here for too long. Who knows what accidents will happen? The demon eye's casual words made Qin Feng's face turn cold. He didn't say anything and quickly left with Zhou Emo, running towards the center of the city. Soon, a huge square appeared in their line of sight. This place was in ruins and rocks were scattered everywhere. However, the center was very clean. In the center, there was an altar. In the 4 directions of the altar, there were 4 stone pillars that looked like stone dragons. They were ferocious and made people involuntarily feel awe. We should be able to use the key to get up. Qin Feng nodded slightly and took out the black chopstick-like key. A thin layer of light bloomed, enveloping him and Zhou Mo looking at the altar not far away. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and quickly climbed up. Chapter 517. A bountiful harvest. As soon as they entered the altar, An ancient and desolate aura hit them in the face. It made them feel as if they had traveled through endless time and space and arrived at an unfathomable ancient era. Under this ancient aura, Qin Feng felt a sense of respect from the bottom of his heart. He didn't know where this respect came from, but it was uncontrollable. It was as if it was natural. The respect in his heart controlled Qin Feng's body. He made a saluting gesture and then looked at the altar with deep respect. Zhou Mo also followed Qin Feng and saluted. The altar was so ancient that it could not be described with words. Every single imprint on its body was so profound that it seemed to have transcended time and space and had existed for all eternity. Moreover, the altar didn't look big from the outside, but after entering, it seemed to have shrunk countless times. It was as if there was a world sealed on the altar that couldn't be seen from the outside. They were only a few dozen feet away from the altar, but they couldn't see the end of it at all. It was like an ancient continent. Moreover, the altar was shrouded in mist, causing it to be in a hazy state, making it seem somewhat illusory. Qin Feng looked at the altar in shock. It was made of stones of unknown age under his feet. There were mysterious patterns on them, as if they were carved by man, but also as if they were formed naturally. It gave people a very strange feeling. The black chopsticks in his hand vibrated, leading Qin Feng to a place. Soon, a door appeared in front of them. It was a door of light, flickering with mysterious light. There was a black hole on the door of light, and it was about the same size as the black chopsticks. Qin Feng knew what to do without the demon eyes instructions. He walked over and inserted the black chopsticks halfway into the hole. Buzz, buzz. The door of light vibrated, and a mechanical sound was heard. Then, the light shone brightly, and Qin Feng and Zhou Mo were sucked in. Their vision was dazzled for a moment, and they recovered. What entered their eyes was a magnificent pavilion with richly ornamented beams and painted rafters. Qin Feng didn't have time to look around. His gaze was instantly attracted by the 8 balls of light in front of him. Old devil, can I take whatever I want from these 8 balls of light? Qin Feng quickly asked in his mind. Yes, this is the right granted to you by the key. After receiving the demon eyes confirmation, Qin Feng didn't stop. He quickly rushed toward the 8 balls of light. In the end, he kindly reminded Zhou Mo, these are additional treasures of the Divination Pavilion. Whether or not you can obtain them will depend on your own strength. Zhou Mo stared blankly at Qin Feng, who was shouting anxiously. After a few breaths, he came back to his senses and immediately shouted, Qin Feng, you're such a jerk. In an instant, a black light erupted from her body, flowing through her body like liquid. Zhou Mo transformed into a black light and rushed out. Qin Feng arrived in front of a ball of light. His spirit energy surged as he reached out with his hand and grabbed it. Buzz. However, the ball of light shook violently and broke free. This shocked him. An ownerless object actually had such powerful strength. Then, the demon eye's next sentence made him so angry that he almost vomited blood. Pay attention. Each object can only be used once. If you don't succeed, it will disappear. Qin Feng stared blankly at the ball of light that slowly dissipated after breaking free from his hand. His heart was bleeding. Ah, Qin Feng, I caught too. Suddenly, Zhou Mo's surprise cry sounded. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted at her, use your strongest power. Don't let them run. Run away. Qin Feng was stunned. He stared blankly at Zhou Mo's 2 black tentacles. His expression couldn't be more interesting. Aya, they ran away. Zhou Mo muttered angrily. Just as he was about to continue, his gaze froze. How did they disappear? The 2 balls of light in front of her slowly dissipated. She stared blankly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's face twitched violently. He roared, you prodigal woman, these things only have one chance. If you can't get them, they will disappear. Qin Feng's heart was bleeding. It was fine if you snatched one, but how could you be so greedy? You caught 2 at once. There were only 8 in total, and 3 disappeared at once. How could he not be depressed? How could this be? Zhou Mo stared blankly. Then a bright black light burst out. Black light surged around her body. Black tentacles stretched out and condensed into two big black hands in midair. She directly grabbed the two balls of light not far away. Damn it! Seeing this, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This damn girl was too greedy. He didn't dare to fall behind. He directly activated the Dao Yin mode, then the primitive war body in his strongest state. Chaotic light spots filled his body. He stretched out his big hands and grabbed a ball of light in each hand. Buzz, each ball of light had an extremely strong rebound force. Qin Feng's body trembled violently. Even with the protection of the primitive war body, blood dripped from his hands. He gritted his teeth, circulated his spiritual power, and desperately suppressed the two balls of light. Under his desperate efforts, the power of the two balls of light finally gradually decreased. With a flash of light, two objects appeared in his hands. One of them was a pitch-black battle armor that was covered in mysterious and obscure patterns. A heart-palpitating energy wave slowly spread out from it. Heavenly armor. Not bad, the demon I commented. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He asked, "What level is this heavenly armor?" Judging from its fluctuations, it should be low level. The demon I said. Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes darkened. Heavenly armor was a defensive magic treasure. A low-level heavenly armor could withstand the full force attack of a third heaven realm powerhouse who had ascended to the third level. Kid, don't be dissatisfied. You've only opened the first level of the treasure. It's already good to have such a harvest, the demon I said. Qin Feng pursed his lips and then looked at the other one. It was a treasure sword that was completely blue. It flickered like lightning. At the same time, it gave off waves of numbness when he held it in his hand. Thunder suppression sword. A thought passed into Qin Feng's mind, causing him to exclaim, "This is a heaven artifact." Yes, it's a heaven artifact that can kill a ninth heaven realm powerhouse. The demon I nodded and said. Looking at the armor and thunder suppression sword in his hand, Qin Feng was overjoyed. This was a real benefit. He really didn't know what kind of treasures the other three balls of light contained. With that thought, he looked at Zhou Mo. He saw that she was holding a green dagger in one hand and a sheepskin scroll in the other. "Hey, Zhou Mo, what did you get?" Qin Feng walked over with a smile on his face. However, his gaze seemed to be fixed on Zhou Mo's hands. Seeing him like this, Zhou Mo hurriedly put away the two treasures and stared at him warily. "Qin Feng, don't think about getting anything from me. Be careful, or I'll fight you to the death." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Was it necessary to guard against him as if he was a thief? "I also got something. Naturally, I won't steal your things." Qin Feng squeezed out a kind smile on his face. After a pause, he glanced at Zhou Mo and said, "Your sheepskin scroll should record a very high-level spell, right?" Chapter 518. Peak of half-step. Qin Feng stared at Zhou Mo with a brilliant smile. If he wasn't wrong, Zhou Mo's cyan dagger was also a heaven artifact. As for the sheepskin scroll, if it wasn't a record of cultivation experience, it was a high-level technique, or it was a treasure map. No matter which one it was, they weren't one-time consumables. Even if he let Zhou Mo take a look, he wouldn't lose anything. Looking at the smile on Qin Feng's face, Zhou Mo curled her lips and said, "We'll each get two. Don't covet the others. Don't worry. Even if you talk until your mouth breaks, I won't let you take a look." "You." Qin Feng stared at Zhou Mo and said angrily, "Don't forget, I was the one who brought you here. You should thank me for getting these things. I entered the third floor with my own strength. What does it have to do with you?" Zhou Mo snorted. "If I didn't have the key, do you think you could enter here?" Qin Feng said, "That black stick is the key to opening this light door. You saw it just now. As for the origin of the black stick, I think you can guess it. I got it from the mysterious heaven's divine steel when I got full marks. So, everything here belongs to me. I don't care. Everyone has a share. What's in my hands is mine. Don't even think about taking it." Zhou Mo raised her snow-white chin and cast a sidelong glance at Qin Feng. After pausing for a while, her black eyes rolled, and she suddenly said, "It's not that I can't show you, but you have to pay a price." "What do you want?" Qin Feng asked. Zhou Mo stared at the black armor in his hand, her big black eyes flashing. She licked her red lips and said, "There is indeed a technique recorded on this sheepskin scroll that can kill ninth-layer heaven cultivators. I can let you cultivate this technique, but you have to give me that armor." Qin Feng was infuriated when he heard this. "Zhou Mo, how can you do business like this? Even if I learn that spell, you can continue to learn it. But if I give you my armor, I won't have it anymore. In the end, you didn't lose anything. Instead, you took one of my armors. Is this how you do things?" Zhou Mo smiled embarrassedly and said, "I'm just kidding. I don't want your armor. Just take off the iron sheet on your chest and give it to me." "Iron sheet?" The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. That was made of a rare metal, and not even a third Heaven Realm expert could break it with a single strike. In her eyes, it was just a sheet of metal. "You make it sound so easy." Qin Feng stared at Zhou Mo and said, "I don't want your technique, but this last item is mine. You can't take it." "Why should we? Everyone who sees it should have a share. We should split everything here equally." Zhou Mo placed her hands on her waist and said unreasonably. Qin Feng gritted his teeth in anger. "You let two of them escape. What's wrong with me taking the last one? Don't forget, I was the one who opened this treasury. In any case, I want to split it. If you don't agree, we'll use force." Zhou Mo said. Seeing her ruffian look, Qin Feng was so angry that his liver hurt. Other than Hua Xiaoyao, he had never seen such a greedy woman. "You win. We'll split it equally." Qin Feng gritted his teeth and said. It wasn't that he didn't want to use force, but Zhou Mo had the demonic eye. She had limitless potential. Who knew how far she could use the power of the demonic eye? Even if he could defeat her, he probably wouldn't have the energy to suppress the last ball of light. The two of them attacked at the same time. Large hands of spiritual energy reached out and suppressed the last ball of light. Soon, the light disappeared and a ball of crystal clear liquid appeared. 9 heavens spiritual liquid. Their eyes burned. This wasn't just 1 or 2 drops. This was a ball of 9 heavens spiritual liquid. If they really wanted to separate them, there would be at least 70 to 80 drops. Almost at the same time, spiritual energy erupted from their palms. Qin Feng activated the 100 Calamity Heaven Devouring Art and began to devour the liquid. The ball of 9 heaven spiritual liquid was divided into 2 by the two of them. Each of them had half of the liquid. However, Zhou Mo's spiritual energy was great. The 9 heavens spiritual liquid in her hands suddenly trembled. Drops of crystal clear liquid quickly entered Qin Feng's body. Bastard! Upon seeing this, Zhou Mo cursed. A black light suddenly shot out from her spiritual energy hand. The black light opened its mouth and directly bit off a small part of Qin Feng's half of the 9 heavens spiritual liquid. Then, it quickly shot back and entered Zhou Mo's body. Qin Feng's face turned green. That bite had at least 5 to 6 drops of 9 heavens spiritual liquid. The amount that he had devoured was only that much. The two of them kept the remaining 9 heavens spiritual liquid and then glared at each other. Neither of them made a move. After a stalemate for a while, the two of them sat cross-legged at the same time and formed hand seals to enter a cultivation state. One of them devoured the 9 heavens spiritual liquid while the other devoured it. Both of them had to refine it. As the two of them entered a cultivation state, the spiritual energy around them suddenly fluctuated and began to increase crazily. Consuming 5 to 6 drops of 9 heaven spiritual liquid at once was an astonishing amount. At least in the Great Yin Empire and its surrounding areas, no one had such a heavenly gift. A drop of 9 heaven spiritual liquid could be sold for a high price on the market. It was enough to cause people to go crazy over it. As for consuming it, one had to be extremely careful and make sufficient preparations. No matter how strong one's foundation was, they couldn't afford to consume so much at once. Qin Feng's spiritual energy was like boiling water. It kept rolling and rippling, causing the void to tremble. There were a total of 7 drops of 9 heavens spiritual liquid in his body. The energy contained within them was almost enough to make his body explode. When he looked inside himself, he could see a violent energy flowing through his body. Everywhere it passed, his meridians, flesh, and blood would start to spasm. Thousands of rays of light spewed out from his pores. The energy was too rich. Even if he used the devouring power to absorb it, his flesh and blood couldn't absorb it. Boom! With a muffled sound in his body, he broke through to the half-step 9th heaven realm. His strength increased by a large margin. And it didn't stop there. His spiritual energy was still growing, pushing toward the true 9th heaven realm. In the end, his strength stagnated at the peak of the half-step 9th heaven realm. He was only one opportunity away from the 9th heaven realm. Qin Feng was desperately absorbing the remaining energy. Of course, it wasn't used to increase his strength, but to nourish his flesh, meridians, bones, and so on. At most, half of the energy could be used to increase his strength. He could only absorb the rest for his body. As for wasting it, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, there were 7 drops of 9 heavens spiritual liquid. Even if he had just entered the 9th heaven realm, it was impossible to absorb all of it at once. Feeling the spiritual energy in his body increase several times, Qin Feng smiled with relief. His physical body and spiritual energy had both improved greatly, causing his strength to soar. Now, he was confident that he could challenge a 9th heaven realm powerhouse. He could even kill one who had just entered this realm. He looked at Zhou Mo, who had also finished absorbing. When he saw Qin Feng, he grinned. Half-step peak. You've improved a lot. Zhou Mo laughed. You're not bad either. Qin Feng muttered. Zhou Mo had also reached this realm, which made him a little surprised. Carefully calculating, Zhou Mo seemed to be a little younger than him. Chapter 519. Divine Steel suppressing evil spirit Qin Feng was shocked when he heard the demonized words. He quickly asked, "There are still living creatures in this world?" He was shocked. This place had been ruined for who knows how many years. How could there still be living creatures? It's hard to say. Maybe there really is an old monster hibernating here. Let's leave quickly, the demonized said. Qin Feng nodded and no longer hesitated. He quickly left with Zhou Mo. The two returned to the place where the 9 nether snake evolved. However, the evolution was not complete yet, so Qin Feng could only continue to wait here. Half an hour passed, but there were no changes to the 9 nether snake. This made Qin Feng anxious. The longer he stayed here, the more uneasy he felt. He had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. "Old devil, can you get the 9 nether snake out?" Qin Feng asked. He didn't dare to wait any longer. The uneasiness in his heart grew. He wanted to take the 9 nether snake and run. There's no other way. We can only let it accept the mysterious 9 nether snake's inheritance and help it achieve super evolution. The demon shook his head and paused for a moment before continuing. Or the mysterious 9 nether snake can use other methods to send it out without interrupting the inheritance. The mysterious 9 nether snake still hasn't died? Qin Feng was shocked. It's considered dead. There's only a remnant of its will that refuses to disperse. Perhaps it's waiting for this moment. Otherwise, how could you have come here? The demon said. Qin Feng sighed. He hoped that nothing bad would happen for the 9 nether snake to achieve super evolution. Right, old devil, what level will the 9 nether snake be after super evolution? It'll be at least 6th stage if it accepts the mysterious 9 nether snake's inheritance. Moreover, its upper limit has increased. Its future is limitless. Qin Feng's heart heated up. It would be a 6th stage archaic descendant after evolution. This meant that he had a 9th stage heaven realm powerhouse as his bodyguard. Moreover, it would be an even stronger powerhouse. Without a doubt, a 6th stage archaic descendant was much stronger than a normal 6th stage spirit beast. You must successfully evolve. Qin Feng prayed in his heart. Then he sat down quietly and waited for the 9 nether snake to complete its evolution. The quiet time passed quickly. At some unknown time, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and stared blankly ahead. He didn't know why, but his heart was surging with emotions, and he couldn't hide his palpitations. It was as if something terrifying was approaching. Let's go. The evil spirit remnant consciousness has awakened. At this moment, the demon eye's anxious voice suddenly sounded. Run. Qin Feng quickly pulled Zhou Mo and ran upwards. However, after running a few steps, the entire crater was filled with a strange energy. One could notice that the space within this enormous pit was in a warped state, while ripples undulated and filled every single corner. Qin Feng and Jian Wushuang instantly felt as if they'd fallen into a swamp, and it was difficult for them to move. Qin Feng suddenly turned his head, and his pupils fiercely shrank. He saw that under the mysterious 9 nether snake skull, there was a surge of scarlet-black qi, as if a sinister face had appeared. An extremely terrifying feeling made Qin Feng's body freeze. Looking at the strange face that was emitting scarlet-black qi, Qin Feng's heart trembled and he shuddered. The scarlet-black qi continued to spread in this direction. Wherever it passed, even the space was dyed with this color. It's over. Qin Feng and Zhou Mo's faces were deathly pale. This power had already exceeded their understanding. This damned evil spirit, it's really not dead yet. It's already like this, yet it can still come out and cause trouble. Girl, you still have one more chance to drink wine with your son, but not now. Sigh. This time, I can only let this old man fight with my life on the line. I just don't know how long it'll sleep for. Qin Feng's body tensed up. His skin felt as if it was being pierced by barbs, and even his mind began to become absent-minded. In the center of his palm, black light filled the air, and an extremely imposing power slowly seeped in, however. Just as that power was about to come out, it suddenly subsided. Then, the scarlet-black qi suddenly expanded, and the skeleton of the mysterious netherworld snake that was thousands of feet long shattered with a loud bang. Poochie! The shock wave spread out, and Qin Feng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Under the influence of the scarlet-black qi, his eyelids became heavier and heavier. Could it be the power to stop? How can I accept this? His eyelids drooped, and his vision was full of boundless scarlet-black qi. While his consciousness was in a state of chaos, Qin Feng seemed to be able to see this picture scroll in his days. It was an ancient world with majestic terrain and endless streams of water. It was filled with rich vitality. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky, and the evil spirit that was suffused with scarlet-black qi attacked. Then a fierce battle broke out. Roar! An indescribably huge dragon appeared out of nowhere and faced the evil spirit head-on, and a fierce battle broke out. That battle caused the sky to collapse and the earth to split. The sun and moon lost their color. It was indescribably tragic. The entire world was destroyed, and too many creatures died. Mountains of corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. The mountain peaks and giant trees were dyed red. The seawater was evaporated, and the ground was broken. The entire world was dyed red. Clang! An incomparably black claw stretched out from the darkness, carrying a terrifying aura. It directly tore the sky apart, and a shocking scene occurred. The huge dragon faced the dark claw, and the two collided, erupting with dazzling divine light. Energy gushed out, space collapsed, and runes of the great Tao interweaved. This place was completely boiling. In the end, the scene became more and more blurry. There was no result to that battle. When everything became clear, there was only a huge, blood-stained divine steel that fell to the ground. That divine steel was very similar to the Tianji divine steel, but it was countless times larger. In the end, the scene disappeared. The moment it disappeared, Qin Feng instantly woke up and looked in front of him in disbelief. The crimson-black gas was invaded, and there seemed to be a figure floating inside. He waved his sleeve, and the entire giant city trembled. Then, A divine steel flew over from afar and suppressed the crimson-black gas. This is the Tianji divine steel. Qin Feng's pupils contracted. With the suppression of the Tianji divine steel, the crimson-black gas gradually disappeared. Only a divine steel suppressed the long spear and pushed it into the ground. The crimson-black gas faded, and the light condensed. A transparent old man's figure slowly appeared. "Thank you, Senior." Qin Feng and Zhou Mo hurriedly cupped their fists respectfully. Without a doubt, it was this old senior who had saved them. The old man smiled and stretched out his hand. In his palm, the 9 underworld snake was coiled up. The old man's gaze was gentle as he whispered, "The 9 underworld black snake lineage is not extinct after all." A gentle light bloomed in his palm, and then slowly withdrew into the 9 underworld snake's body. After doing all this, his originally transparent body became even more illusory. Specks of light were emitted from his body. That was a sign that he was about to dissipate. The old man was calm. He flicked his finger, and 2 streams of light shot out. One was the 9 underworld snake, and the other directly entered Qin Feng's forehead. "Thank you, Senior." Qin Feng cupped his hands and bowed. The old man smiled. Finally, his body collapsed and turned into specks of light that filled the sky. Chapter 520. Suppressing the 3 strong on the 2nd floor of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, Yi Dance, Xiao Enai, Huang Fuyao, and the others were all staring at the golden stairway to heaven. Under their gazes, the golden stairway to heaven gradually dimmed. "Oh no, the Heavenly Secret Pavilion is going to hibernate again," Huang Fuyao exclaimed. "Qin Feng and Zhou Mo haven't come out yet." Zhou Xuanwu's face was filled with anxiety. If they couldn't return before the Heavenly Secret Pavilion hibernated, they would be completely trapped inside. "We must think of a way to save them." Song Yuan and Song Su also revealed a worried expression. "How?" They insisted on entering the 3rd floor. "They can't blame others. If they die, they die. They can only blame themselves for not being strong enough." A strange sneer rang out. Naturally, there were some people who were happy to see Qin Feng in danger. They couldn't wait for Qin Feng to die inside. "Yulei, what do you mean?" Zhou Xuanwu glared at Yulei, Mo Sun, and the others. "What? Did we say something wrong? They went to snatch the opportunity and left us behind. Now that they're in danger, do we have to risk our lives to save them?" Mo Sun sneered with ridicule. "Enough. All of you stop quarreling." Yi Dance looked at the dimming golden stairway to heaven and said in a deep voice, "Even if we want to save them, we can't reach the 3rd floor. Whether they can return in time will depend on their own luck." Under everyone's gazes, the golden stairway to heaven dimmed even more. However, just as it was about to completely disappear, 2 figures suddenly appeared and were thrown out in a sorry state. "They're out, but this situation," someone said with a puzzled expression. The 2 of them went to the 3rd floor to obtain an opportunity. No matter how they looked at it, they were thrown out. The group of people quickly surrounded them. They discovered that the 2 of them were only in a sorry state and did not suffer any injuries. "What's on the 3rd floor? Why were you there for so long?" Yi Dance asked. The others stared unblinkingly at Qin Feng and Jian Wushuang. They all wanted to know what this never-before-opened 3rd floor of the secret pavilion contained. "It's nothing. It's about the same as this level, but the scope is much larger," Qin Feng vaguely replied. He had discussed this matter with Zhou Mo. This matter had a great background. If news of it got out, not only would the pavilion of heavenly secrets be targeted, they would also be targeted. Therefore, they all agreed to keep this matter secret. Hearing Qin Feng spouting a lot of saliva, but not getting any useful information, the group of people looked disappointed. "That's not right. How can there be no fortuitous opportunities at all on the 3rd level? I think you guys want to take it all for yourselves." Yulei stared at Qin Feng and Zhou Mo with a sneer on his face. "Since we entered this place together, we should share the benefits equally." "That's right. This opportunity belongs to the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Since we came in together, how can you take it all for yourselves?" Many people echoed. Why don't we ask for everyone's opinion? Someone encouraged. I think so too. The items of the pavilion of heavenly secrets should be shared equally. Clearly, many people were very interested in what Qin Feng and Zhou Mo had obtained on the third floor. Even Huang Fuyao, Xiao Enai, and the others narrowed their eyes. Yiwu looked at Qin Feng with a slight frown. Her mouth twitched as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Why? Entering the third floor is our own strength. Who can you blame for not being able to enter? Zhou Mo's small face flashed with anger as he said, "Rare treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who are capable. Don't blame others for not being able to enter." Miss Zhou, are you saying that whether or not we can protect the treasures in our hands depends on our own strength? Mo Sun chuckled softly. Zhou Mo's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? It's not that I mean anything, but that's what we all mean. Mo Sun pointed at the people around him and said, "Everyone has the same idea. The items of the pavilion of heavenly secrets should be shared equally, or it should be obtained based on strength. Whoever is capable can take this opportunity out." Following Mo Sun's words, the group of people moved without leaving a trace, faintly surrounding Qin Feng and Zhou Mo in the middle. Although they couldn't use force here, most people were interested in what Qin Feng and the others had obtained on the third floor. This was no longer limited to those who were only targeting Qin Feng. Under the general trend, no one cared about those rules. In addition, Huang Fuyao, Yiwu, and Xiao and I didn't say anything, so they were even more daring. Everyone's meaning is that those who are capable should get it, and we're going to snatch it by force? Qin Feng smiled faintly. Looking at Yiwu and Xiao and I, he said, "Are you also thinking the same?" "I don't care if you share it." Xiao and I shrugged. His response was very vague. Huang Fuyao and Yiwu didn't say anything. The attitude of the three of them was equivalent to telling those people that they couldn't care less about what they did here. It was clear that they were very interested in what Qin Feng and Zhou Mo had obtained on the third floor. After all, that was the third floor that had never been opened before. If there really was something good, it would definitely be a rare treasure. It would be great if they could get a share of it. For Yu Lei, Mo Sun, and the others, this was a good opportunity to deal with Qin Feng. It was rare that everyone agreed to do this. Qin Feng, hand over the treasures you obtained on the third floor. Mo Sun, Yu Lei, and Lei Jiuxiao immediately took a step forward, and dense spiritual energy swept out. Although the others didn't make a move, their eyes were locked on Qin Feng and Zhou Mo, waiting for an opportunity to move. Seeing this, Qin Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile. He reached out his hand and directly grabbed at Yu Lei. The giant hand of spiritual energy whistled down. At the same time, he punched out with a resplendent fist at Mo Sun. At the same time, he stomped at Lei Jiuxiao with his foot. What an arrogant thing! The three of them were furious. They attacked with all their strength to resist Qin Feng. This guy actually wants to fight 1 against 3? Everyone was shocked. They were shocked that Qin Feng would openly fight 1 against 3. In their opinion, although Qin Feng was strong and stronger than these people, that was all there was to it. It was impossible for him to fight 3 people by himself. Bang! The giant hand of spiritual energy smashed down on Yu Lei's head. The latter roared angrily, and the spiritual energy around him surged up. However, under the suppression of the giant hand, his spiritual energy slowly dissipated. Mo Sun shouted softly. His spiritual energy gathered and fiercely collided with Qin Feng's fist. Qin Feng's arm tightened, and he sent his fist forward. Fierce spiritual energy poured out from his fist and forced Mo Sun to retreat. At the same time, he stomped his foot. The air rippled, and spiritual energy fluctuated as he stomped on Lei Jiuxiao's face. The latter roared angrily. Qin Feng's action was undoubtedly humiliating him. He raised his hands high, and spiritual energy surged as he fiercely attacked. However, Qin Feng's foot was like a giant mountain, and it carried a heavy aura as it fell, causing Lei Jiuxiao's body to sink. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.